Selby.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Caribbean Regulators Forum. I would like to share with you the 4 objectives that we hope to achieve through this forum. First of all, we'd like to solicit the views of our various stakeholders on the establishment of a single Caribbean regulatory authority. Secondly, we'd like to encourage our discussions on what is required to improve the present regulatory framework to promote digital transformation among the CARICOM countries. Third, to identify the strategies to improve the maturity classification of our regulatory bodies in the Caribbean. And fourthly, to solicit views on from the various stakeholders and their contribution to promoting the single ICT space in the Caribbean. I would like to take this time also to welcome among us our Latin American regulators who will be participating in our sessions today and tomorrow. Over to you, Suzanne.
Oh, thank you very much. You just, I thought something else was coming. Okay, thank you very much, Selby. You know, I've been riding shotgun with the SG for the week, but I actually didn't have an opportunity to really say a little bit about him. He's the former Chief Digital Technology Officer with the Barbados Ministry of Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology, MIST, where he was technical lead on Barbados' digital transformation, improving the public sector service delivery through strategic use of innovation, science and smart technology. So I'd like to welcome Rodney, the Secretary General of the CTU, to bring some welcome remarks this morning.
And thank you for your welcome. I appreciate the warm welcome, and I'm actually very excited about this week's activities and pleased that we're able to move in today to the 5th Regulators Forum with the likes of Mr. Selby Wilson, very well experienced in the telecoms sector from all angles, from a public officer to a regulator, and now he's working, of course, as a telecom strategist with the CTU. My role today is just to bring you greetings on behalf of the President of the CTU, the Honorable Melfred Nicholas of Antigua and Barbuda, and also to bring you greetings from our Executive Council. And we have had some very fruitful discussions this week centered around regional imperatives for digital transformation post-COVID-19. And all of you would be aware of now the imperative to move our services and our businesses towards digital platforms as a result of COVID. And the discussions this week are going to be very, very important, in particular about regulatory framework and how can we harmonize our approaches at the regional level. The CARICOM heads of government have mandated this, and they've asked us also to provide some recommendations. And so we're moving forward with this. The CTU is the lead for the ICT cluster within CARICOM, and that includes, of course, the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, the Caribbean Center for Development and Administration, and also the CARICOM Secretariat itself, and they have an ICT4D desk. And who am I leaving out? I believe CARICOM Impacts as well, which is the Agency for Crime and Security. And of course, they look at the issue of cybersecurity in the arena of technology. So we're also, it goes without saying, we're also play a leading role with respect to the implementation of the CARICOM single ICT space. And of course, we're trying to promote a space which is seamless, that lends itself to greater investment for the operators who are the Pan-Caribbean operators, and even for the indigenous operators, so that there's a level playing field. We are in the heart of negotiations with the operators in relation to the elimination of roaming, for example, roaming charges within the CARICOM single ICT space. And we're seeking also to promote common legislation, common regulations across our member states. So we look forward to the discussions this week, and we believe that the discussions will take us further along the road with respect to the establishment of a single regulator within the CARICOM space, and hopefully some other very interesting initiatives will come out of our discussion. So welcome on behalf of the President of the CTU, and we thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, SG. Before I introduce the next speaker, Selby is going to be staying on set with me, and as Rodney indicated, he has a long-standing career, has worn many different hats, accountant, a fellow of the Association of Certified and Chartered Accountants, a former Minister of Finance, controlling the purse strings, a Paul Harris Fellow, and for the purposes of really this forum, a Master's in Telecommunications Regulation and Policy from the University of the West Indies. So I'm riding in very good company. And thank you, Rodney. And I know that you're going to go run off and do something else. There's a parallel discussion going on.
Indeed.
So I'd now like to introduce our first speaker. Keynote address this morning is from Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who's the director of the BDT. I'm not sure what the BDT is. Bureau of... Okay, Director of the Bureau of Telecoms Development of the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, to issue the keynote address. Just very briefly, Ms. Bogdan-Martin is a strategic leader with more than 30 years high-level experience in international and intergovernmental relations and a long history of success in advising governments around the world on policy and regulatory issues. So we'd like to say good morning to, oh no, actually, her presentation is a video, it's pre-recorded. So let's take in the presentation from Ms. Bogdan-Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to join you for the Caribbean ICT Regulatory Forum. At last year's forum, I noted that COVID has emerged as a uniquely powerful game changer, and one whose enduring effects on the ICT sector will perhaps be felt most keenly of all. As the pandemic is still with us and we continue to grapple with its many challenges, your important role as regulators has been all the more reaffirmed. As we begin discussions today, I'd like to touch upon three main areas. One, the vital and evolving role of the regulator in the unique times that we live in. Second, challenges and opportunities specific to the Caribbean. And the third, the paths forward to connect the unconnected and leave no one behind. So coming to the first point, the role of regulators. With digital now vital to the continuity and the growth of every economic sector, we count on you to steer, to lead a safe and steady course through highly unpredictable terrain. Caribbean countries have had to contend with new regulatory demands due to the pandemic, including challenges brought by a greater strain on infrastructure. However, thanks to the swift leadership of regulators, the region has been able to adapt and keep networks running. And we would encourage you to document your innovative regulatory approaches and your interventions on the ITU Reg for COVID platform, because these approaches will be useful for other countries to take lessons, not only for recovery, but also for growth post-pandemic. Many of you played a very active part in this year's Global Symposium for Regulators, including the Regional Regulatory Roundtable that was held just ahead of the main symposium. I took note of the region's focus on economic policies and strategies for ICT development, on the implications of COVID-19, and the incentives to foster investment and business opportunities for meaningful connectivity, and of course, understand the keen interest of the region to develop regulatory and economic strategies to achieve connectivity in rural and isolated areas, as well as meaningful targets for affordable connectivity. Your discussions at this forum are going to be critical to advance work on these areas. Where regulators once served as market overseers, gatekeepers, and arbitrators, the role of new generation regulation is evolving into what we might call an architect of fit-for-purpose collaborative regulation, helping shape and optimize the functioning of digital markets. Regulators need appropriate tools at their disposal to protect their consumer interest and to nurture healthy growth across the entire ICT ecosystem. And that's what fifth generation regulation is all about. Our future-proof regulatory frameworks must be flexible enough to respond to the challenges of digital transformation, in particular in the aftermath of global crises and beyond. At the same time, they need to consider inter- and intra-regional differences that can have a profound influence on market dynamics. And this brings me to my second point, and that's the specific context of the Caribbean region. The Caribbean is a diverse region, which nonetheless boasts generally high levels of digital penetration. The Caribbean single ICT space is an excellent example of a forward-looking next-generation policy initiative, and it will play an important role in fostering economic, social, and cultural integration. As regulators, you will be particularly important stakeholders in the plans to establish a regional regulatory body, and we're keenly interested in the process and the lessons that can be learned from regional integration. Of course, the many nations of the Caribbean have their own particular needs and challenges, from connecting widely dispersed communities to mitigating the ever-present threat of extreme weather events. We stand with the people of Haiti following the devastating earthquake on the 14th of August. ITU has deployed 20 Iridium satellite phones and 10 Inmarsat broadband global area network terminals to Haiti, and these are being used by the Directorate for Civil Protection to help to facilitate relief and recovery operations, as well as for coordination. We understand what an urgent priority emergency communications is for each and every Caribbean nation. And we at the ITU will continue to support countries in preparedness and response. To build greater regional capacity around emergency telecommunications, ITU is working steadily to install equipment across the Caribbean through the WinLink project. We're also working with many Caribbean countries on a wide range of digital transformation programs, from smart cities, e-agriculture, mobile payments, e-government, connected healthcare, and much more. To take the example of our collaboration on education, the Office of Eastern Caribbean States has become a lead organization for the ITU UNICEF GIGA School Connectivity Project. GIGA works to ensure that learners and communities can access the wealth of information and opportunity that's promised by the internet. At a time where 1.6 billion learners in the world were impacted by school closures, the imperative to connect the world's schools has never been greater. And now finally to my last point on paving the way forward. The highly dynamic nature of today's digital markets means that regulatory frameworks will need to be regularly reviewed. We need to regularly review them to ensure they continue to meet the public policy objectives for which they were created. Inclusive, multi-stakeholder consultation needs to be a core part of this process so that the multiplicity of voices impacted by digital regulation have the chance to make themselves heard. We recognize the critical role partnerships will play towards our goal of connecting the unconnected, and that's why the ITU is launching the Partner to Connect Digital Coalition. This coalition will place a strong focus on the hardest to connect communities, including least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, and small island developing states. We remain committed to partnering with all of you, and we do hope to have you with us at the upcoming World Telecommunications Development Conference. Join us in leveraging the unprecedented global attention on connectivity to dramatically redraw the roadmap for digital development. I'm grateful for the very active collaboration that we have enjoyed with regional organizations, including the CTU, ECTEL, CDEMA, CANTO, CARICOM, and regulatory bodies in all member states. I look forward to our journey forward together to ensure that leaving no one behind means leaving no one offline. Thank you very much.
That was a keynote address from Doreen Bogdan Martin, leaving no one behind, leaving no one offline. We're going to proceed directly now into the session on global regulatory trends, featuring Ms. Elena Scaramuzzi. She's the head of Global 3-Point Research at Cullen International. Ms. Scaramuzzi leads regulatory services and research activities with a global reach. She's been at Cullen International since 2009, and she co-designed and is now leading the launch in has led the launch in early 2020 of the new Global Trends Service. So, Elena, are you on with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for inviting me for this short presentation. I'm very happy to be there, and I would like to thank for the invitation. I would like to share a bit of insights from our latest research about the global developments and the new trends in the digital economy sectors. So I will share a presentation. I hope you can see my screen. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I have prepared this research based on three main areas of regulatory intervention. These are the object of some specific studies that we have developed at Cullen International, that is an independent regulatory research company based in Europe. And what is interesting about these researches is that they are focused on specific aspects of the digital economy, and they have a global scope. So I think that we have found common aspects for discussion that are certainly relevant for every region in the world, and probably also in the Caribbean. So let's say that in the communications industry, we have developed research about some key trends regarding the use of radio spectrum, but also about other aspects, such as the infrastructure deployments and the shared use of networks, which has been particularly critical now during the COVID-19 and the use of networks, and it will be even more after, let's say, in the post-pandemic scenario. And a third aspect that is particularly important is about network security, resilience, but also about sustainability. Mrs. Sophie Maddens explained a bit what are the aspects that are important, not only about the security, but also some specifics and what we can learn from regions that are exposed to extreme environmental pressure, like in the Caribbean region. And there is certainly a lot of interest in this subject in all parts of the world. And a fourth point is about industrial networks and IoT connectivity. So, as I said, for these
My
key
backpack.
trends in the
I have a
industry,
clipboard. It's at the last.
we developed some research, and you can see that. For example, as regards the 5G spectrum, we have researched about the specific assignments around the world where these have taken place. But we can also observe that it's still a long way to go to consider a global deployment of 5G networks and commercial launches. So let's say we are keeping track of all the plans about these spectrum assignments in different parts of the world. And we have seen that, for example, in many countries, 4G is still being deployed. And in practice, there are different paths towards 5G. Another significant aspect and new trend that we have observed recently is about the deployment of local private networks. We think that this is a very important new paradigm, especially in some economies, highly industrialized economies that are directly assigning spectrum licenses to industrial groups. Or to, for example, research organization and other entities, so not necessarily to the telecom industry. So this is also a change a bit in the paradigm, and we have seen, for example, the assignments in Germany and Japan. They have been both for mid-band spectrum and also for a very high band spectrum. So it's interesting to see how, let's say, these new type of licensees are making use of this radio spectrum. And this is also another regulatory topics of special interest for Calin International. The second dimension of regulation is about the data economy. And in the data are particularly important. One is about the development of cloud architectures. We've seen a lot of new submarine cables, for example, being deployed, and a lot of data centers being established in different parts of the world, and the relevance of cross-border data flows, enabling, let's say, the flourishing of this cloud economy. And the last but not least, the taxation of digital economy. This is that's been under discussion for many years, and certainly has reached a point of relevance, because now there are some new discussions and decisions that are expected very soon, also at the OECD level. And so we are, it's our latest research actually at Calen is about the taxation of the digital economy globally. Just to mention a few recent developments in this second area of research. For example, we saw a record fine imposed a few days ago on WhatsApp in Ireland under the EU General Data Protection Regulation. And so we have seen that the enforcement that was a bit complex to carry out is being implemented. So let's say some fines are being issued, and authorities at the national level are enforcing the data protection regulation. Also, another thing that catch my attention in the news is about this new class action regarding, again, protection of privacy of end users. But in this case, it's about an artificial intelligence application. It is the Siri software by Apple, and these accidental activations that were then allegedly shared with advertisers. This is also something very interesting to follow. The Bitcoin law, we have a research on fintech globally. This is an industry that is developing massively, and the most recent news about this Bitcoin becoming legal currency in El Salvador was very interesting for us to follow. We see that the banking industry actually is being restructured in all parts of the world and across all continents. So this is also a topic in the data economy that is of extreme relevance. And last but not least, there is this interesting news from Egypt about a regulatory framework on the establishment of data centers and the offer of cloud computing services in Egypt. This is quite interesting because data centers are not particularly regulated around the world, but there is great investment in this area. So we are following very closely these new developments. Third point, third area of research for us is about digital platforms. And what are the top trends? According to our research, first of all, the main thing that we learned is that there is a higher level of awareness and understanding of the business models adopted by the platforms. And that is extremely important also for the regulators to follow, and in order also to adapt the regulatory frameworks and understand how to adapt to the new market trends. Market power of big tech is also a research that we have developed this year, and it's about, let's say, the competition authorities and the regulators' initiatives around how to regulate big tech companies from different perspectives. And we have seen a lot of initiatives, not only in Europe with some proposed regulation, but also in other parts of the world, whereas it is about regulating, for example, only the advertising activities or other aspects, like, for example, the apps. Then we have, let's say, a third topics that we have recently published on at global level is about the changes that are taking place in the regulation of the liabilities of intermediaries. This means that, let's say, these blanket safe harbors that have been imposed for many years are now being revised in many countries, and we have seen that in some regions of the world there are even some deeper tendency to regulate against illegal content. And that brings us to the fourth point. It's about taking down illegal content and what is considered illegal. And that is very interesting because depending on the different parts of the world, there are different definitions of what is legal and what is illegal. And especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, there have been a lot of discussion about, let's say, to what extent user-generated content should be more regulated and controlled. So this is just a snapshot of our research on the regulation of big tech companies, and you can see here there are different aspects that we have analyzed, both from the type of, let's say, possible abuses that are implemented, and also about the type of intervention. In some cases, for example, there have been no rules or no proposals, but in other cases, some policy papers and public consultations or guidelines have been advanced. In other countries, some legislation has been proposed, and in others, some legislation has been introduced and is in force right now. So there are different gradations of regulation of big tech. I wanted to give you, in a nutshell, the, let's say, the main results and what are the issues that we discussed. So I hope that all these topics will be interesting for the discussions at this conference. And I thank you very much again for inviting Callen International in this introductory session.
Thank you very much, Elena. You've posited a lot of information, and certainly it's going to have the regulators and the policymakers scratching their heads, and I'm sure they're already dealing or coming to grips with some of these issues, but it was so succinctly put across, and I'm sure that Selby was taking copious notes as well as I was, because it really is shifting the paradigm in terms of the whole regulatory environment. So thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you very much. I will share you a copy of my slides. Yes. And I wish you a very fruitful meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
I hope you'll stay on for the rest of the meeting.
Right. So that was Elena Scaramucci from Cullen International. We now welcome Sophie Maddens, the head of the Regulatory and Market Environment Division at the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, to lead our session on GSR 20 and 21 Best Practices Guidelines. Sophie is the head of the Regulatory and Market Environment Division of the ITU's BDT. She's a lawyer by training, and she's worked as a regulatory and policy expert in the telecommunications ICT sector in the international and multicultural environments, including in Asia and the Middle East, as well as the Americas, Europe, and Africa. So, Sophie, good morning.
Good morning. And
welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to this event. It's always an honor and pleasure to be with this group in this region. And in fact, Selby remembers, as many of the participants remember, I have been to the Caribbean often, and it's always a pleasure to be there with you. If the team could share my presentation, please.
All right. I I guess that's on cue. Sophie, we're just waiting for it to come up.
So while we're waiting for it to come up, let me just give you the background, as indeed Doreen Bogdan-Martin said. We have seen that digital technologies are really powering our economies and the way we live, our very future. And the COVID pandemic has underlined how important reliable broadband is to people and businesses, access, use, and affordability. And so investment in rolling out and upgrading that infrastructure to deploy super fast broadband networks to meet present and future needs is vital to ensuring affordable access, use, and expanding digitalization for economic and social good. Digital policies and regulation hold a threefold promise as a tool for driving the digital transformation of the economy, as a framework for the digital transformation of regulators and regulatory governance, and as an interface for cross-border collaboration and coordination on thorny issues related to digital markets. Let me put to you, regulators and policymakers are the master builders of digital transformation. And all of us recognize that today, there is no single blueprint, no single comprehensive blueprint for best practice, and that regulatory practices and patterns for the digital transformation will and continue to be rooted in local circumstances. And yet we live in a global world, so those patterns must address regional and global challenges as well. The Global Symposium for Regulators, GSR, which we've held annually since the year 2000, provides a unique, neutral discussion platform for regulators and policymakers to share their experiences and best practices. And that is really the subject of my presentation today. Regulators have collectively identified and endorsed GSR regulatory best practice guidelines since 2003 to continue year after year setting the gold standard for digital regulation. And more than ever, last year, this year, we saw that they are more than ever engaged to put these to work to build the digital momentum in the decade of action. Transformational leadership must be rooted in new and revisited approaches to digital, and may I say, collaborative regulation. So what challenges are we facing? ICTs have moved far beyond the realm of simple communications and have become the foundation for every economic sector and a sine qua non of business performance and national and individual growth. So this change is profound. Digital policy and regulation needs to meet global challenges. Let's not forget that 4 billion people are still not connected, and even those connected, not all are using the digital tools effectively. We can see a 1.5 increase in GDP per capita resulting from a 10% increase in mobile broadband penetration worldwide. And more than 50 countries have adopted more integrated regulation, which we call the fourth generation of regulation, led by economic and social policy goals. And a selection is also getting to the fifth generation collaborative
Aisha,
regulation.
are they ready
which
with
is
the presentation?
Yes, I saw the presentation and now it's disappeared again.
Apologies.
But no problem. I can just speak to it. It's not a problem. There you go. If we can go to the next and the next. There we go. Now we're on track. So we see that government and private industry are making significant investments to upgrade the digital infrastructure and promote that access for all and use by all, and deliver more reliable, resilient, high-capacity internet to homes, government offices, and businesses. But achieving that universal connectivity and use will require new enablers and a holistic perspective. And again, we address that in the best practice guidelines in 2020 and 2021. The previous presenter talked about emerging issues, and may I repeat, they involve competition, jurisdiction, consumer safety, protection of minors, online fraud, and privacy. All of this calls for regulatory processes and tools that not only protect users, but also create a positive environment for investment, innovation, and let's not forget, inclusion. So the role of government, both policymakers and regulators, is to clear the way for investment and to support vibrant competitive markets for future-proof broadband and digital services. We've seen that. We need that. As we've been locked down at home, we need those vibrant competitive markets, and we need that future-proof broadband, but also the services that come from it. So regulators, as Doreen also said, they might need to, and they will need to adapt alternative, flexible approaches to spur investment in non-commercial or challenging areas. Next slide, please. But what is the impact of regulation? Regulators and policymakers are playing an instrumental role in defining the new normal for a post-COVID world, and let's hope we'll get there soon, because digital technologies have been thrown sharply into the spotlight. The post-COVID world needs a new take on regulation, and regulatory tools and processes need to be fit for purpose and allow us to respond as rapidly as possible, and yet in a considered and coherent manner, respecting innovation and investment. New approaches may be needed to enhance regulatory foresight, harness data to target interventions, and create that space for regulators and industry to work hand in hand and find solutions together. It's key to find new market solutions to new challenges as new technology, business models, and players continue to test the existing regulatory paradigms. And such new solutions and approaches will build sound solutions that protect consumers while encouraging market growth and innovation. 3 points I want to raise. Novel regulatory tools can unlock the power of new and emerging technologies. Spectrum innovation is key for the digital future, and data is the silver bullet of digital regulation. Next slide, please. So what are the best practice guidelines, and how do they matter, and why do they matter? Next slide, please. Published annually since 2003, the GSR best practice guidelines build on the wisdom from the global community of regulators and the regulatory community, helping to guide users through the uncharted territory of digital transformation. The guidelines lay out the key features needed in regulatory regimes to keep digital markets switched on, accelerate market uptake, and deliver easy access to more people faster. Let me put to you that these best practices, if widely adopted, could help both developing countries and stay on track, developed countries stay on track, and developing countries leapfrog ahead, with government, business, and citizens reaping the full benefit of digital technologies. The contributions we receive continue to grow and are extremely insightful, rich, and sound. On behalf of the whole GSR team, let me take the opportunity to extend a heartfelt thanks to all of you, all those who contributed in one way or another to this important process throughout the years. So let's go through this year's and last year's best practice guidelines and the consultation. Next slide, please. In 2020, contributions were received from stakeholders from across the board: ICT regulators and policymakers, regulatory associations, regional organizations, civil society, industry players, industry associations, the private sector. Many of the main topics identified gravitated around the major issues we as regulators and policymakers have had to deal with over the past decades, but with a new spin. They focused on digital infrastructure, spectrum for new services and technologies, or for extending access, consumer protection, especially in times of uncertainty, regulatory response to the challenges triggered by global digital platforms in order to leverage on the opportunities they create, but still balance investment and innovation. Multiple contributions also dealt with fundamental issues around regulatory capacity, the decision-making process, and regulation in general, streamlining of rules, simplification of procedures, enhancing the technical skills of the staff of regulatory authorities, the importance of the regular review of policies and regulations. All these issues stood out as priority areas for a number of regulators. And of course, a strong focus on sharpening regulatory response in the occasion of national and global emergencies. We have learned a lot over the past years, and hopefully we know now what's required to prepare for the future, no matter what. So next slide, please. So the 2020 best practice guidelines focused on demonstrating regulatory thought leadership for digital transformation, really looking at the best policy approach in enabling and repairing the digital economy to grow sustainably and meet social goals. Secondly, vectors of regulatory action, inclusiveness, agility, and resilience, looking at the transformative regulatory approaches to enhance that inclusiveness, agility, and resilience digital networks, traditional and digital players' business models and access to digital services, and how to boost the readiness of the digital sector to face the unexpected events. We looked at short, medium, and long-term strategies for economic recovery and sustainable development. And finally, collaboration across sectors, cooperation across borders, and engagement across the board. Those best practice guidelines look at the channels and models of collaboration that deliver positive market and consumer outcomes. Broad and constant collaboration, structured and unstructured, across sectors and across national borders. So in 2021, next slide, please. Our consultation focused on inducing new, effective, and agile financing mechanisms to digital infrastructure access and use. And again, we received multiple contributions from stakeholders across the board, with main topics raised being there's still a need to enhance regulatory capacity. The COVID pandemic has underlined how important resilient broadband is to people and businesses everywhere. But achieving that universal connectivity will require those new enablers and a holistic perspective. And again, we heard that the role of government is to clear that way for investment and support those vibrant competitive markets. Also, we heard the need to adopt alternative approaches to spur investment in non-commercial or challenging areas, and also to spur sustainable regulatory frameworks. So next slide, the 2020 edition of the guidelines highlights the imperative to introduce agile financing mechanisms for digital access infrastructure and use, and policy and regulatory tools are already at hand to bridge the financing gap in digital markets. And appropriate finance can turbocharge regulatory process, foster collaborative digital regulation, and unlock digitally transformed inclusive economies. This year's editions of the guideline is more than ever community-owned by the regulatory community, for the regulatory community, across regions and globally. Regulators everywhere need to adopt and implement a globally agreeable approach in a manner relevant to their particular national circumstances. And a sizable toolbox is available for regulators to leverage evolving market dynamics, adapt in the aftermath of COVID, and seize the new digital opportunities. For example, innovative financial instruments and targeted incentives can be tailored for traditional and new players in infrastructure deployment. We can have dedicated national funding instruments to drive infrastructure development across economic sectors. There can be strategic tax policies that can go a long way in fostering digital economies. There can be safe spaces for regulatory experimentation to allow innovators to fine-tune new business models and build resilience of new digital services. And regulatory sandboxes can reflect the complexity of new digital technologies and services and reduce time to market and help secure funding for broad rollout to new consumer groups and the previously unconnected. So the GSR 21 best practice guidelines also call for a sharp focus on policy implementation to ensure wide, sustainable impact. policy and regulatory measures must be designed and applied to make digital devices available and affordable. And that includes connecting schools, local government offices, health centers, creating e-government applications, and promoting local digital contact. So what now? Next slide, please. If we can skip to the next one again. How can you use the guidelines as a regulator and a regulatory community? Well, you can contribute to the next best practice guidelines in 2022. You can engage in GSR regional and global discussions. You can take the recommendations in the best practice guidelines home and to be implemented in your local context. And you can engage in regional associations and processes. And how can your guidelines inform our work? They have and continue to guide our research and services to support you on your path to digital transformation. They feed into our metrics, such as the ICT regulatory tracker, and most recently, the G5 collaborative regulation benchmark, which we'll have a panel on tomorrow. So please use the guidelines and continue to give us your feedback so they can inform our work. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I'm just about on time, and my contact details are here. As I said, always a pleasure to work with CTU and with the community in the Caribbean. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. Again, another very, very rich discussion with a tremendous amount of information, some of which our regulators and tech people may be aware of because of their participation, Selby, in some of these consultations. I know that we have to go into the next panel discussion, but I'm told that they're trying to locate one or two of the speakers to get them lined up. So maybe it might be a good opportunity, Selby, for you to kind of share some very quick thoughts. Like me, you were making a lot of notes on these presentations this morning.
Thank you, Suzanne. I think we've had three excellent presentations. The director of the BDT, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, gave us good insights into her position on what we should be doing to advance the landscape and the frameworks in the region. And then we had the global trends specifically explained to us by Elena Scaramucci. Mm-hmm. I take it that we make notes of these trends. They're topical. I know that the operators in the region have been pressing for some changes in the regulatory framework to accommodate some of those developments and some of those trends. How do our regulators react to this? I think it is essential for the regulators to work closely with the policymakers, because in some instances the laws got to be changed, the policy positions got to be different in order to allow the regulators to perform their function differently. So the regulatory frameworks cannot be changed without some policy shifts by the governments in the region. And I hope we take this on board. But regulators also have a responsibility, in my mind, to agitate for these shifts in the policy position if they are doing their jobs completely and properly.
Okay, so maybe we get a chance to come back and get some of your thoughts, because I'm told that we have everyone on standby in the room now for the next panel, or for the panel discussion, on accelerated transformation, building a more responsive regional regulatory framework, right on cue from what Selby was just saying. And the participants in this session will be Mr. Ryan Johnson, who is the Senior Director at Viasat. He looks after regulatory spectrum and policy matters affecting the company, primarily in Latin America and the Caribbean. A decade in consulting. He's consulted on cybersecurity and internet policy issues to help civil society and the private sector deal with advances in technology in global markets. He has deep experience in network communications, information security, cryptography, e-commerce, national cyber defense, data protection, cybercrime, freedom of expression online, and internet regulation. Joining us again today is Mr. David Geary, who is the General Counsel Caribbean for the Digicel Group. He joined Digicel in the South Pacific in 2010 before joining us here in the Caribbean in 2013. He's a solicitor in Ireland and in Wales and England, and has practiced antitrust and regulatory law with major law firms in Sydney, Brussels, and Dublin for many years. Then we have Mr. Kenville Williams, who is Director General of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Williams, I guess that must be of the Telecommunications Commission Director General.
Yeah.
He's a telecommunications professional with over 20 years of experience in engineering and technology. He joined the Turks and Caicos Telecommunications Commission in 2006. Back then as a spectrum engineer, he became the Director of Technology in 2009, and in 2019 he was appointed the DG. And here to guide this panel is friend and colleague Dr. Kim Malalou, who is a senior lecturer and leader of the Communication Systems Group in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of the West Indies. She's a past head of department, and she is the developer of the Masters in Telecommunications Regulation and Policy program, having coordinated its delivery to participants from over 30 developing countries around the world. So welcome to the panel, and welcome to you, Kim, as you lead us through this panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. I very much appreciate it. So welcome to today's panel on accelerated transformation, building a more responsive regional regulatory environment. We tackle this matter by first establishing the current stage end goal of transformation. Next, we limit our scope to the critical and vexing matter of investment. Sophie has provided a convenient segue into the discussion, and our work has also been assisted by the rich portfolio of discussions that have preceded the Regulators Forum this year. You will recall, for example, that Dr. Didicus Jules, the DG of the OECS, closed Monday's proceedings of the joint meeting of the 43rd Executive Council and 24th General Conference of Ministers with an address on Caribbean digital transformation, our leadership imperative. He provoked us to reflect on the ideological, political, and conceptual aspects of the proposition of transformation, reminding us that this is a challenge of leadership. To qualify the challenge, he elaborated on many systemic problems that have sustained structural underdevelopment across multiple domains, including technological, infrastructure, capacity, regulatory, socioeconomic, and logistical, that span multiple sectors and that, together, have been aggravated by the pandemic as well as concurrent catastrophes. He advised that recovery and growth rest on a digital foundation, regional cooperation, as Selby and many other contributors over the past few days have highlighted. Increased investment in indigenous empowerment, the many dimensions of that. Planning, enhancement of laws, policies, and infrastructure. Again, many times mentioned this morning by my previous speakers, and the boldness of action. Much of the rest of the week's proceedings took vibrant and vivid deep dives into various aspects of the digital economy, while considering its challenges and enablers. The Honorable E.P. Chet Green, for example, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Information for Antigua and Barbuda, kicked off discussions on digital nomads as complements to traditional tourists. Many contributors spoke on the issue of the Caribbean-wide travel bubble. Annalie Babb explored the critical matter of Caribbean innovation, while Sybil Welch addressed digital cash and CTU's Junior McIntyre shared on the status of digital identity cases in the Caribbean. As always, CTU's Nigel Casimir provided updates on spectrum management. The Alliance for Affordable Internet spoke richly on the very important matter of rural connectivity, whatever that may mean in particular jurisdictions, data collection, analysis, and a proposed policy for rural connectivity. The all-important digitization of the Caribbean judiciary was touched on, and a number of speakers mentioned the critical need for data as the basis of planning. We are fortunate today to hear of the opportunities as well as the requirements for financing the enabling ICT infrastructure and services from the perspectives of both public and private sectors. Our speakers, as Josanne would have highlighted, represent a cross-section of disciplinary backgrounds, from policy to political science to internet governance to law and engineering, as well as a variety of organizational roles. We will kick off, and of course, this is very important to our work this morning, as solutions, albeit no single solution. Solutions do require the collaboration and the interaction between multiple agents across multiple sectors, covering multiple disciplines. So here we are. We will kick off with a round of questions from our panelists. We will come back for another round, and then we will wrap up with questions from the floor, time permitting. We start with Kenva. Kenva Williams, as you recall, is the Director General, Turks and Caicos Islands, TCI, Telecommunications Commission. Kenva, you're a kindred spirit with a background in electrical engineering, radio in particular. You are currently the Director General at TCI, the Telecoms Commission. I'm aware that a TCI national target is to be a world leader in the financial sector. I also recall that some years ago, you told the Harvard Business Review that TCI's vision is that every citizen has, at reasonable cost and without discrimination, rapid, efficient, national and international telecommunication services. Please succinctly describe what you see as the fully developed Caribbean digital economy and your organization's role in getting there, Ken. Over to you.
All right, thanks. Good morning, and good morning to panelists. I'm certainly really happy to be here. We wish we were present as I attended CTU and Union forums. But nonetheless, COVID has brought us here together.
Because I mean, the camera is just square in front of me. Okay.
Sorry, I'm hearing quite a feedback. And so,
yeah, I think that Josanne needs to keep her mic muted.
Oh my goodness.
Just for the time. Thank you.
Yeah, so looking at the digital Caribbean economy in the Caribbean, I think government, well, certainly CTU was established, CARICOM CTU was established to see the reality of a single ICT space. And so that is to be able to see all of the Caribbean connected digitally. And when I say digitally, meaning not only connected digitally, but also the quality of service and at reasonable cost. And that can happen through an ICT single digital ICT single space. And what each country should do about that is to ensure that the legislation in place regionally and locally is harmonized with the Caribbean region. Of course, for the Caribbean to be connected, in each individual Caribbean island has to have the quality of internet services. In Turks and Caicos in particular, its vision, the Telecommunication Commission vision, as well as the government, is to have access to quality service, telecommunication services. And what that means is to see all of the islands. Of course, Turks and Caicos is equipped with 7 inhabited islands. And so that's to ensure that all of the inhabited islands are connected with the same quality of service. So they wouldn't be in a rural area. And so the government certainly embarked on establishing a national fiber optic ring throughout the islands. That is a project that is of priority at this present point. They have tasked the Commission in looking to establish such, whether it be a PPP or another sort of mechanism where some government are looking at owning the infrastructure. And so we are in the presence of, we are at the stage of looking at the possibility to see what that model will look like. And so the organization of the Commission, certainly as a regulator, certainly support a PPP initiative. And so that is what perhaps we will be recommending to government.
Thank you very much, Canva. Now we switch to the voice of the operator and start with David Cox. As you know, he's the head regulatory affairs for the Caribbean Cable and Wireless and Chairman Canto. David, from your roles, both of these roles, please describe in brief the fully developed Caribbean digital economy and your organization's role in getting there.
Let's start with the proposition that it's possible for us all to get where we're going with a combination of two primary things. First, the networks on which all digital transformation is based and over which all the data travels. And then secondly, the policy framework that underlies and unleashes the potential of that. Now, that policy framework has a number of dimensions, which I can only briefly address this morning. But first, let's go to the issue of the infrastructure. By and large, the Caribbean enjoys fairly robust, fairly strong, fairly good, world-class infrastructure throughout much of CARICOM. Now, that isn't the case everywhere. It isn't the case in every country. There are, and even within countries where there's fairly rigorous competition and fairly strong infrastructure, there are gaps. And therefore, the question is, where do those networks, where are the gaps that we need to address, and what are the best means for doing so? That's the question on the infrastructure side. On the policy side, I feel very strongly that the issue of digitization
an issue
is about, think about it in terms of a problem of creating pro-business policies that promote investment. Not just investment by operators, which is important, but investment by external parties, internally, et cetera. And there are a whole range of considerations which impact and have an influence over whether or not that happens. And what are some of the constituent elements? Yes, you need things like digital currencies to make transactions easier. You need things like data protection policies to encourage investment by large firms from the outside. You need other sorts of, you need strong cybersecurity measures and legislation, et cetera, to make sure that people feel secure and safe, and that where there are problems, to feel that those problems will be identified and prosecuted. But the fundamental issue that faces CARICOM is, what are the sorts of policies that are pro-business that will help telecoms operators invest faster at higher levels to get us all where we need to be? And that issue, I think, is unfortunately too infrequently given consideration. We are at a period in the Caribbean where we are moving towards greater regulation, more onerous rules on telecoms operator, at a time when telecoms operators are having to deal with more and more unfair competition and having to be more responsive to the needs of their communities. So we'll get into this discussion in greater depth as we go along. But for me, the fundamental issue, the fundamental problem we need to solve are what are the kinds of policies governments need to implement to encourage investment into the Caribbean, to see the problem of digitization and the problem of connecting communities as a problem of investment and promoting investment through pro-business policies, and whether or not as a region we are taking that approach, we are serious about that, or whether or not we are simply expecting that kind of investment we want without wanting to put in the necessary policies that promote it.
Thank you, David. So you will have the opportunity in a few minutes to tell us the specifics. Yes. And now we turn to David Geary. David, I enjoyed, as always, your address on regulating the single Caribbean ICT space on this week. Before you identify what Digicel requires to make enabling investments, which you will do in the next segment of our conversation, as General Counsel of the Digicel Group, please kick off with a picture of the fully developed Caribbean digital economy as the baseline, and of course, your organization's role in getting us there. David?
Sorry, am I on mute now? Yes, thank you. I was saying good morning, and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen, if that's all right. There was just 2 slides that I wanted to show you. Can you see them?
It's coming, but not quite yet here. Yes, got it.
Okay. All right. So I know I only have a couple of minutes. Now, so I mean, just to pick up on where we were there, I think that the Caribbean is in a process of transformation. I think we have to acknowledge that the process of digitization is an ongoing one. It's a journey that we're all on together, and we don't yet know what the destination is as such. So it's hard to say what a fully developed Caribbean digital economy might be, but I'm reminded of the quote, I think it was about New York: it'll be a great place if they ever finish it. And the digital economy, we can think of it in those terms. But what we can do, however, is compare where we are now, where other, quote, more developed digital economies are, and assess, where we are on the journey that the world is taking together. And if we look at a moment at some of the comparators, we can score ourselves. So on infrastructure, as David Cox just said, we're not doing too bad. We've 4G networks in most locations. We've very good standard of fiber in some places. We need to add capacity on both. We'll need 5G at some point. We have very good international capacity links, and we're going to need more of those. On broadband usage, we're not doing quite as well. The region still lags behind countries such as Japan or South Korea or parts of Europe. So we do need to get more people online. Then we can look at things like e-schools and e-government. Clearly, a lot more needs to be done. E-commerce has come on in huge strides over the past 18 months. And we've all seen delivery services and so on thrive since COVID began. Digital payments and e-currency, well, we're very far behind. That's in a large part due to the regulatory framework, honestly. Telehealth and e-health, we've seen some green shoots, a long way to go clearly on those issues. Digitization of transport, we're miles away. But some good initiatives, such as with the buses in Barbados, for example. So turning to Digicel's role in all this, in getting us further down the journey, as I say, we've a number of key roles. Building digital infrastructure is one, investing in capacity upgrades and the networks of the future. Providing world-class solutions for the sectors that are digitizing, so e-government, e-health, e-education being examples, partnering with the key stakeholders there, and providing world-class converged services to citizens. So as you will have seen, and I'm sure everyone knows, Digital brought a suite of apps to the Caribbean that are focused on Caribbean content. So I would say the Caribbean is well placed to play a leading role in the global digital economy. It's strategically located between the US and the Latin American countries and has very, very strong links to Europe. It's also rich in culture, fashion, a young, educated population. But what we don't have, however, is a single policy and regulatory framework to succeed. I know we're going to speak about this a little later, but I conclude by asking this question. What is our vision for the digital economy in this region? Because I think we're at a crossroads here, and we have to ask ourselves, do we want to be service takers for overseas tech companies, provide all of the digital services and all of the benefits and good jobs go overseas? Or are we going to get serious about a regulatory framework that enables the Caribbean to be a true player in the global digital economy? Because that is urgently needed. Thank you.
Thank you, David. In fact, that was my question, is what is the vision? Yes. So thank you very much, as always. Ryan, you've spoken much about connecting the unconnected and the need for satellite in the portfolio of critical solutions. Please share very, very briefly with us just the picture of the fully developed Caribbean digital economy from your point of view and Viasat's role in getting us there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. First off, since this is the first time I'm addressing everyone today, good morning, and I hope you're all doing well. Much like as Kenva said, I wish we were doing this all in person, but hopefully soon. So Viasat is a global ISP, and we use a variety of technologies, including the world's highest throughput satellites, to bring low-cost broadband to millions of people around the world. So that's the viewpoint I'm sort of looking through the crystal ball here today to identify what a fully developed Caribbean digital economy might look like. And it's clear from that point of view that affordability remains a limiting factor to broad adoption of a variety of services. To sort of key off something Sophie Madden said in her presentation a few minutes ago, the region needs a vibrant and competitive market across the region to achieve all of the potential that digital technologies can provide. So it's essential to ensure that the benefits of digital transformation reach all the people in the region, and that governments can, by extension, provide all the services through a digital means that they want to guarantee to their people. So that's particularly when we look at things like healthcare and education. There's certainly a divide that we risk expanding rather than bridging as we move some students onto digital schools and some people onto telemedicine to get access to preventative medicine. We need to make sure we're bringing everyone along. And that means bridging the digital divide by providing affordable broadband for people who've been unconnected or difficult to connect with robust broadband because it's not very economical for some types of services. That would then open doors for local entrepreneurs who want to connect and interact with global markets as well. That's the sort of thing that we're doing at Viasat across the Americas region through a program we call Community Internet. That's effectively a shared link network for underserved and unserved regions, both in urban areas as well as in rural areas. And we've got a lot of experience, particularly in Central America and Mexico and Brazil, in making that work. And a few of the things that come to bear there are efficient VSAT licensing, right? Not doing a site-by-site licensing, but rather blanket licensing to ensure that we can deploy things in a speedy basis and with the lowest cost possible, because all of that has to be transferred onto the consumer. It also means ensuring that people have broadband access wherever they are, whether they're at sea, in the air, on a bus, between cities. That's critical for the tourism sector, which is fundamental for the region, as well as for business travelers building a business across the region. Facilitating that sort of connectivity while people are moving is favorable to allowing technology like Earth Stations in Motion from satellite, which is a service Viasat provides, to help people. The EU did this through their decision ECC 1301, which is worth looking at. That makes Earth Stations in Motion, or ESOMPs in the European parlance, available to operate on a license exemption basis. So I think those are two critical things to look at. And just to sort of wrap all that together, what that means, in a more practical way, is the pro-business policies, but policies that respect users and consumers' rights and expectations at the same time. It's that balance for us. And that means fair competition that makes investment attractive to new entrants into new technologies, and making sure that that new technologies that come in can make people's lives materially better and contribute to digital transformation and a digital economy aren't inadvertently kept out of the mix of technologies available to the countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Not just connectivity, but of course, but affordable connectivity. So thank you for all Thank you all for establishing the targets that your organizations have in mind for the fully developed Caribbean digital economy. Now to implementation. Investment alongside a responsive regional regulatory environment is essential to accelerate the digital transformation en route to a Caribbean digital economy and digital, yes. We have useful reference guidelines. These include the ITU World Bank Digital Regulation Handbook 2020, ITU's best practice guidelines as discussed by Sophie, the Broadband Commission's State of Broadband 2021, on which Digicel has a spot, and the CTU's Charter for Information and Communication Technology Regulations for the CARICOM single ICT space, which all panelists are aware of. So we head into this segment with David Cox taking the lead. I recall that in a next practices discussion with PUC, the Public Utility Research Center last year, David explicitly recognized that telecom is an essential service, as do we, as well as the importance to radically redesign service, as do we, to share practices and to partner with key stakeholders. As Sophie Maddens reminds us, there is no single blueprint for regulatory practices. Now let's hear the operators' perspectives. Tell us, David Cox to start with, and then David Geary, and then Ryan, what investments are required, now in more specific terms, to advance the development of the digital economy? And more so, what do your organizations specifically require to make the respective investments? Over to you, David Cox, to start.
There are two kinds of investments. First, there are the private sector investments that are required. So Digicel, Cable and Wireless, all telecoms operators in the region need to continue to make the fairly considerable and significant capital expenditure investments that they are making at the moment. And to the extent that it's possible, obviously to accelerate that as and when they can. And the purpose of that would be to, as I identified earlier, try to identify gaps in service provision, to meet those gaps, to particularly serve the interests of poor and rural communities. And that will require a range of strategies. In addition to the investment, then those companies like ourselves will need to develop some plans and customer-friendly propositions to address the affordability needs. So that's unquestionable, and obviously the pandemic has highlighted that we need to accelerate our work in that regard. What we need specifically from governments is a pro-investment. We need pro-investment policies. What does that mean? Some of our, or one particular jurisdiction in CARICOM isn't actually liberalized. It isn't a liberalized telecommunications market or a fully liberalized telecommunications market. It's only partially liberalized. That's Antigua and Barbuda. And the people of Antigua and Barbuda are frankly in a worse position than they would have been if Antigua and Barbuda was fully liberalized. So pro-competition policies, the evidence is clear, helps increase investment. What we need is, for communities that are underserved, rural communities, we need to partner with government. Government needs to, first of all, consider the tax burden that's placed on Jamaica, the tax policies of the Jamaican government, and this is not an attack of the Jamaican government, it's just a statement of fact. Tax policies extract somewhere in the region of around 50% of the total revenues generated by the industry from the industry towards government. There are universal service funds which are being paid by operators, which was designed initially with the purpose of helping to defray the costs to operators of extending their networks into rural and underserved communities, and we haven't happened. So specifically, governments around the region, not just in Jamaica, could utilize the resources of things like universal service funds to partner with operators to subsidize some propositions, some services only for those parts of the community that are very poor, that have students, that are in rural communities where the network needs to be extended, so that when operators make the investments to try to get into communities that are poor or that don't have the financial resources to pay for the services, that at least the investment is sustainable. Because all of the services that we need to provide to people need to be sustainable. And if, frankly, if operators aren't able to earn just a basic return on the investments that they've made, they will not, if the economic circumstances don't justify the investment, those investments won't be made. And again, I'm not suggesting that governments need to pay all of the way, but partnering with operators to identify gaps and provide basic subsidies to identify group, households with students, households earning below a certain amount, households that are in communities that are underserved, etc. We can make quite a lot of progress. The other area that we frankly need to invest in as a community, as a CARICOM community, is in regulation. It would be incredibly pro-business, pro-investment in the Caribbean. Frankly, if CARICOM moved towards harmonization of policies on telecoms, if it moved towards the creation of a single regulatory authority, which could grant licenses for all of CARICOM. So an investor from, an international investor seeking to invest in the Caribbean wouldn't need to deal with a different regulator in St. Lucia versus Antigua versus Barbados versus Jamaica. All of those regulations, all of that bureaucracy increases our costs. It increases the time required to enter market. It increases the barriers to entry. It makes all our services more expensive. So frankly, creating a harmonized regulatory framework, creating the right balance of regulation, reducing the tax burden on operators, partnering with operators to identify vulnerable groups and gaps, and then providing some support using universal service funds could transform fundamentally the way this region works at a digital level. And I'll close on this point, and I haven't even touched on just the need for governments themselves to put their services online. We've been talking about this for 20 years. Where are we today? How many of CARICOM countries can confidently say someone can apply completely for their passport online or their driver's license online and can have that driver's license paid for and delivered to them without ever having to leave their home, to their citizens, without those citizens having to leave their home? Not enough of us as a region can make that boast. And we can't be serious about digital transformation until every single CARICOM country makes it an absolute priority for all government services to be delivered, it makes it possible, at least in theory, for services to be delivered online. I hope that was specific enough.
Yeah, thank you, David. I don't know if it's your doggy in the background.
Not mine, not mine.
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I have two that I told my husband to make sure they're quiet. So much of what you've said, I think, is in train. Yeah, I mean, the CTU is very active in its consideration of the possibility of a single regulator, Caribbean regulator, and the harmonization they've been committed to for some years. Many countries in the Caribbean have active USF, and are in the process of utilizing the USF, the serving of underserved areas, etc. I would have liked to have heard more on the specific pro-competition policies that you've said and that you mentioned, and I also would have thought that you might have mentioned, not that the government should put online their services, but perhaps to craft that in the context of how could we partner with governments to put their content online and content and facilities and services online. I meant services, of course. So now let's turn to David Geary. David, I wonder in your response if you might consider weaving in a response to a question from the floor, which is, it would be interesting to hear what kind of onerous rules are being applied to telecom providers in the region, because I believe that Digicel has had a little to say about the onerous rules. And can you give a few examples of what they are and what makes them onerous? If you have time, please do incorporate that in your response. If not, we leave it for after. But over to you, David.
Great, thank you. Let me just put my slide back up, and apologies to David Cox there. I thought I was on mute while I was trying to get my dogs in the garden there to be a bit quieter. So sorry about that, everybody. Now, the question here was about investments. I'll return to that question if I have time in the end. But what investments and what do we require? So, to begin to address the question, in terms of investments, these obviously require constant reinvestment in networks to keep the pace of capacity requirements and technological advances. So, probably more subsea fiber will be needed, 5G ultimately. We're investing about 18% of revenues in our networks annually at present, both in quality upgrades, capacity upgrades, and new infrastructure. And that is, a large figure, especially if you take the taxation figures that David Cox mentioned a moment ago. In terms of solutions, for sectors that are digitizing, as you recall, I mentioned there's three areas where I thought we had a key role, infrastructure, solutions, and consumer services. But in terms of solutions for sectors that are digitizing, our role will be continually building partnerships with the best providers in the world, investing in staff skills. Digicel was proud to be awarded Microsoft Gold Partner status last week, and keeping the ability to provide services of a standard like that to our partners in the region. And consumer services, then we continue to invest in our digital apps and solutions to enable other sectors to reach consumers digitally too. Turning then to the question of, what do we require to make these investments? Well, the answer is that we urgently need the policy and regulatory framework to be modernized so that it is fit for purpose for the digital economy. And I know we have another panel later this morning. We'll consider regulatory changes, so I won't go into too much detail about this, but just at a high level, let's consider a few points. The region's fragmented approach to regulation serves the region well enough for the period of liberalization and the introduction of competition, but it's totally inadequate now for the global digital economy. In addition to the problem of different rules and different fees payable across the region, which adds greatly to our cost and complexity of doing business, there's a much more profound question, and that is, the current framework does not provide regulatory certainty to the companies that are making the investments, because basically there are no rules for the digital economy. The big tech companies, the overseas big tech companies, are now our competitors. Obviously, they provide competing voice and messaging services. We compete in video and content streaming, cloud storage, digital media, digital advertising, digital financial services, and many others. And these companies will soon dominate every kind of service that can be digitized in the Caribbean. So on the one hand, we've local operators like Digicel or Flow or TSTT, SATAR, other local companies who are making the investments. We're observing local regulation, we're paying taxes, we're paying regulatory fees. On the other hand, we have big tech companies that capture customers and monetize competing services in many, many unacceptable ways. But they face no regulation and no control. And we're all aware that the scandals involving big tech deliberately making apps more divisive, more addictive, the illegal use of data in order to drive engagement and capture customers. And we're all well aware of big tech's anti-competitive practices of crushing competitors or acquiring potential threats, or using content created by others without paying for it. And all the while, these companies don't pay, follow any local regulation, they don't pay any fees, and they don't pay any taxes. And these are issues that aren't even occurring elsewhere in the world. This is not extraneous. This is not something that's happening, far away. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, where Facebook data and social media was used to disrupt a democratic election, started here in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago. They experimented in the Caribbean and on the people of the Caribbean, just because they could. There's no rules. And who knows what they're going to do next, or possibly even what they're doing right now. It seems pretty clear from recent announcements that telco or Facebook plans to replace telcos and voice and messaging services, and other big tech companies have that ambition too. So this is not a good framework for attracting investment. And this is not just a concern for telcos, this is a concern for other investors in any other digital services, be it financial services, telehealth. Anyone looking to invest in these sort of services will ask, what is the framework? Do you have the protections, the rules in this region, that to safeguard my investment? And we don't. But the solutions do exist, and other countries have taken action. We spoke with these in the Cantor conference in July in some detail. But in brief, competition law is a key tool for regulators to control market abuses. And many jurisdictions, Australia, the UK, the EU, the US, have all undertaken market reviews based on competition law to understand big tech's dominance and abuses. So we need to amend our ICT laws in this region to include competition law provisions that apply to all providers of digital services. And there's a role, obviously, for the CARICOM Competition Commission as well, to ensure they have the power and resources to support local regulators too. And we need to follow the role of South Korea and other countries and require big tech to, appoint local representatives and provide reports on revenues and traffic and illegal and harmful content to regulators. And we need clear rules on those illegal and harmful content as well. And also, of course, the question of digital tax was mentioned earlier this morning. Big tech have to contribute to the societies for they generate revenue. As the economy digitizes, more and more services go online. If only companies that remain in the jurisdiction pay tax to governments, then governments will have a problem funding services. So big techs have to make a contribution. So,
Okay.
and just to finish, I'm just saying last thing I wanted to say, Kim, that we need to do these things now. Other countries have examined these issues. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to go through it all again and ask ourselves, what are the abuses? We need to look at what other countries did. And then I think what we need to do is agree principles that we want to adapt into our local legislation and then amend our ICT laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. While we recognize that big tech is an issue, I was hoping that you would talk a little bit more about your role as an organization and the commitments perhaps that you could make if there were an ideal or an improved regulatory framework, as opposed to focusing purely on the big tech. And I appreciate your preamble in the beginning, but also, a question that we all have, all of the regulators in the region have, is while we recognize the inefficiencies and the burden of the fragmented regulatory framework across the Caribbean, all of the regulators, I think, in the region are curious to know how it is quantitatively that this has hindered the profitability of the operators. Bennett Thomas from Dominica has posed this question, and of course, it's in the minds of, I'm sure, all regulators. Let's move on now because our time is very brief. Let's move on to Ryan. Ryan, I'm hoping that you can also share with us what the requirements are for the operators to make the respective investments, with a particular focus on the operators themselves and what they can do. Yes, and yes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kim. Well, to kind of maybe as a little bit of baseline for everything I'm about to say, I want to just point to the report from the Alliance for Affordable Internet that came out. I think it was the end of last year. They were talking about the cost to connect everyone to really a lot of data. And they came up with a number that's about $428 billion, which is obviously a very significant amount of money. That's really the global investment target, right? So if we're talking about what does this region need, clearly it's a smaller portion of that. But that's to get us to the end state. To get started, to really get started on digital transformation, the costs are lower than you might think. This is something that we're doing today through our community internet program, where we're able to provide people with gigabytes of data in the sub $2 and moving towards the sub $1 per gigabyte range, which for prepaid data in underserved and unserved communities is life-changing. Our Viasat-3 network, which we'll begin deploying at the beginning of next year, is going to allow for even more affordable data rates. So now we're talking about lots of data going to people who don't have very much data today, and that's the change factor. So to get to that, to make sure that each administration in the region can reap the benefits of that kind of opportunity, there are four sort of regulatory tenets or investment environment tenets that I think should be considered and also should be part of a single ICT regulatory space for the region. The first is a stable spectrum environment that's going to allow us to make those long-term investments. For a satellite operator, we anticipate having our satellites in space for 15 years. It takes a few years to build and design them on the front end. So really you need at least 2 decades of planning time. So when we say stable environment, we're talking about long-term stability and harmonized stable environment that includes generally what the ITU has established for each region as well. So adherence to sort of what's there in the region. The second is favorable licensing conditions, including, as I mentioned earlier, lower fees for VSAT licensing that avoid becoming an indirect tax on consumers, and blanket licensing that allows us to deliver our service in a speedy way. If we identify a location that needs connectivity, whether it's for community internet, residential broadband, or a program that we're operating in conjunction with the government, we don't need to wait 6 or 8 weeks for a government to identify that this one location is acceptable for a VSAT terminal. That should be something that can happen very quickly, typically in the 72 hours or less window. The third would be that access to government programs would be technology neutral, and that satellite operators and other technologies should be allowed to participate in government programs. And the fourth would be for ministries to work across their silos, to leverage telecommunications and ICT against the social problems that each of them individually are charged with working on. So that's healthcare, education, e-government, financial inclusion, et cetera. In our history, we've worked with companies like 19 Labs to provide telemedicine support across various countries in the Americas, Learning Equality to provide distance education material, as well as national ministries of education to pre-position educational content in neighborhoods. The Welfare Bank of Mexico to make sure that people who are paid electronically can actually get access to their funds. So we use the satellite network to connect basically a state-run ATM. And then in countries like Brazil, enabling e-government with a total of 15,000 sites deployed in under 2 years through the GSAC program that are really geared at making sure that citizens can participate in their government online and not be left behind as people in the more developed urban areas of the country get access to those tools. I would say that, in our experience, we've worked very closely with Jamaica and they've really been a champion for all of those concepts. Early on in the COVID pandemic, we worked with the Ministries of Education as well as the Ministry of Science, Energy, and Technology and the Spectrum Management Office to build out a program very quickly to keep schools connected and to keep kids learning. That required pushing for change in the VSAT licensing rules and some other regulatory hurdles in really only a couple weeks' time. So, the lesson learned there is, where there's political will, certainly industry is standing by to make the investments and help governments make a difference. And I think with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ryan. Very, very nicely put. I would have liked, though, to hear a little bit more about if you would have finished that thought on standing by to invest. We are very, very pressed for time now, so I'm going to bring the contributions to close by inviting Kenva to share with us his thoughts on the TCI Telecommunications Commission's plans and opportunities to stimulate and facilitate investment in the sector? Canva?
Yes, thank you. Good presentation from all of our panelists, and I share the sentiments of all of them from a regulatory perspective. David talking about the cost of investing and being given concession and tax breaks. Certainly the Commission supports that, hence the reason why the Commission has always, as a regulator, tried to negotiate or to inform government to lower the cost of investing in telecommunication infrastructure. So often we have found that if for example, those major companies, Digicel and Flow, if they intend to invest into various regions, certainly they will set their budget. But if they were to know whether or not they would have gotten or received a tax break, they would have been able to budget for that. And so it's important to provide those harmonization laws, harmonize the laws, so an investor would know what the cost is. We've seen incidents where a $10 million project, let's say a company wants to invest 10 million in each jurisdiction. 10 million and perhaps in Jamaica can go a long way, but certainly 10 million cannot go a long way in Turks and Caicos simply because of the tax. And so that is why it's important to inform government of the importance. Certainly government always, and their mandate is to have quality telecommunications service to everyone at reasonable cost. And so that's what makes regulation so difficult, because yes, we have to understand, we have to protect the investment, the carriers who are investing millions of dollars into a jurisdiction. We have to be cognizant of the over-the-top services, so they may invest some $40 million in a year or 2 years, they can't recover that simply because of the technology of over-the-top service. And so government also want the service providers, the consumers, wants all of the data they can eat, certainly for free. And so it's a challenge how to balance it. The three tiers, all stakeholders that are involved, the consumer, the stakeholders, as well as government. And so the harmonization of laws throughout the Caribbean to set the foundation and the footprint of what is important. Protecting investment, protecting the investors that has stayed into the Caribbean. Yes, we want services like Viasat. Yes, we want services like Starlink to get into the rural areas, but still at the same time, we have to be cognizant and protect the persons who have invested millions of dollars that haven't been recovered over the years. So it's a challenge, but I think we with the use of the Universal Service Fund to invest into those areas where the telcos perhaps will not receive the return of investment. And so that is what the Turks and Caicos government is doing at this point.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think that's a wonderful way to integrate much of what we've learned from this session. It is clear to the regulators that their responsibility in this is to ensure that the barriers to investment are eliminated or at least removed. One of the strategies for that, given the low critical mass in our countries, is of course a harmonized framework, perhaps through a single regulator or not, but certainly a harmonized framework. Also, as David Geary has reminded us, one of the Davids, not only the harmonized framework for regulations, but also regulatory certainty. Yes, that is very important, and that is a burden placed on regulators. What I would be very interested to see is, and we understand this, is that we depend critically on the provision of service and infrastructure by the operators. And if they are not able to have thriving businesses, then there are repercussions that impact all of us. At the same time, though, it is really important to hear the innovations in business processes, the innovations in services, the innovations in many other aspects of the business that I didn't really hear coming from the operators today. We understand that not only do we require collaboration amongst multiple stakeholders, but this crosses multiple sectors. And I really would encourage the operators, the next time we have the privilege of having a chat, to tell us a little bit more about your innovations so that you can paint a very good picture of, if we were to have the regulatory framework and the regulatory artifacts that you say that are so important and we agree with, where would you reach? Where would you reach us? So our time is up. I'm so sorry. I wish that we had much more time for this. I want to thank both the CTU as well as all of our very experienced and articulate speakers. And that is it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim Malalu and all of the panelists, and a very special apology. Well, I don't know if an apology can be special, but a profuse apology rather to Mr. David Cox, who is the chairman of Canto, who was actually not introduced. He was inadvertently left out of the introductory notes. And David, we do apologize profusely. Your contribution yesterday was really well on the head, hitting the nail on the head, and you certainly did not disappoint today as well as one of the operators. So again, our apologies to you, and thank you so much for being so understanding of the little faux pas on our end here. And thanks to the panel. As we get ready, Selby, to go into welcoming Dr. Bab, I know that you were taking copious notes. I'm using that word copious because, I mean, it's no other way to describe it. Some very quick, and actually someone sent me a private message, which maybe I'll get a chance to share. But in terms of the operators speaking this morning and Kim trying to draw them out on some of these hot button issues.
Yeah, I tend to agree that the operators do have a case in that there needs to be a more harmonized environment. I think the regulators are constrained by government policy. In order to move to a harmonized environment or even to a single operator in the Caribbean, we need to have the legal infrastructure across the Caribbean that will permit that to happen. I know it's an expression of the heads of government that they want to have that explored, and Annalie will tell us more about that in her own presentation, where she's been appointed as a consultant to look at what is required to bring into being a single regulator for the Caribbean. But like him, I thought the operators would have taken an opportunity to see what more they can do if we had such an environment, rather than just knocking the status quo. So I hope David Gary and David Cox have taken that on board. So next time we discuss this, the angle of contribution will be quite different. But all in all, I think there's been a rich discussion. I want to thank him for managing the panel very, very astutely. And I want to thank Sophie and Doreen and Eleanor for setting the stage with some very excellent presentations at the top of the program.
Okay, thank you
very much.
Yeah, so we're going to go into Selby. I'm sorry, we're going to go into Annalie. You know, that devil, I wouldn't even say devil advocate question that came to me was, and it's a pity, as you say, the discussion was very rich, and a lot of the issues that the operators have identified. And the comment that came to me, and I'm not actually a part of the panel, but I mean, we're sort of, we're overarching everything here. Yeah. And that was that notwithstanding all of the issues that have been raised by the operators in terms of big tech, so this is not taking an editorial position here, but that in fact big tech could be seen as quote unquote the disruptors, as has happened in previous incarnations. And if the operators in the way in which they operate in the private sector would not have wanted so much government intervention, now in fact they're calling for government intervention. That was the devil's advocate comment that I got. So I just thought I would share that. And of course, we don't have the benefit of the panelists to respond, but I'm sure it will enrich the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Selby, thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. Annalie Babb, an ITU consultant, to issue a special address on preliminary considerations for a single CARICOM regulatory authority, something that has been a recurring theme from coming into ICT Week 2020, 2021, and of course preceding all of the preparatory discussions and papers and so. Dr. Babb was the special envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados and special advisor on innovation, science and smart technology. In that role, she chaired the Developing COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Management Tech Solutions and led on the creation of a Barbados Tech Accelerator for the delivery of digital public services. So it's my pleasure to welcome friend, colleague, and comrade in the trenches, Dr. Annalie Babb.
Thank you so much again, Josanne. I am just looking for my presentation because I would like to share screens now, but
Right.
Thank you so much. Protocol has already been established, I do believe, from back on Monday when I did speak. It is my understanding, Josanne, if you would confirm that I do have 30 minutes.
Yeah, you have have a long time.
There you go. So
you do have Selby still in the studio, so if at any point during your presentation you wish to throw and have a little bit of interaction with him, it's your call.
Okay, great, thanks. I will power through this though, because a number of the issues that were raised, I hope I can shed some light. I'm going to discuss preliminary considerations for a single CARICOM regulatory authority. And before I begin, I'd like to make a few simple confessions. I don't know how many of you are aware that I began my telecoms and ICT career looking at the policy and regulatory implications of digital convergence, telecoms liberalization, and deregulation. And my PhD, the title is Small States, the Internet and Development, Pathways to Power in a Global Information Society. And I believe I shared on Monday with viewers my 6-layered model of societal access. I have since moved on to other areas of interest, done some work in investment and export promotion, tourism development, cultural creative economy, innovation, entrepreneurship, startups. And certainly the latter, innovation, entrepreneurship, culture, creativity, really are very close to my heart. But this particular assignment brings me back to my beginnings, to my roots in ICT policy, legislation, regulation. And I would like at this point to acknowledge Mr. Rodney Taylor, Secretary General of the CTU, Ms. Jennifer Britton with CARICOM, and the ITU as well, Mr. Clarence Thomas. They have dragged me, I don't want to say kicking and screaming, back to my roots, because this area is very, very complex. A lot of different stakeholders, and I have a visual I'd like to share with you that I found many years ago. It's back in 2004 from a gentleman named Patrick Boateng. And I think that this visual is still very much relevant to the challenge that we face with respect to regulation and that all stakeholders face in this sector. I have updated the right-hand part of the visual. Mr. Cleveland Thomas, I'm sorry. So I've updated the right-hand part of my visual with new technologies, etc. But I believe I earlier when I introduced and acknowledged, I misspoke. The head of the ITU here in the region, Mr. Cleveland Thomas, and I'd like to acknowledge him as well, because he and Mr. Taylor and Ms. Britton have brought me back to my roots in in ICT and telecoms regulation, deregulation, liberalization, and I'm not sure if I should thank them yet because this is a very complex area. So this visual, our old world, analog narrowband, we had silos. So copper to voice, coaxial cable to video, spectrum to radio and TV, and regulation, to my mind, was a much more simple proposition. On the right-hand side, we have the new world, digital and broadband. And you see that the silos have pretty much disappeared. And you have voice, video, and data applications, and they're using all sorts of different infrastructures and so on to get information, data, calls, whatever, to consumers. And you see the pathway between these two. You have in the negative spectrum or the challenging spectrum, high risk, massive capital expenditure, political anxiety, great uncertainty, consumer excitement, but also confusion. And that came across even a little bit in our questions today when people wanted to know, what are these great barriers or challenges or problems that telcos are facing that can't be met? But also in this new environment, we have new markets, new revenue streams, new platforms, digital platforms emerging, investment and innovation, economic growth, and an international competitive edge. So this model I found back in 2014, and to my mind, it is still very much relevant today. So coming out of this new world, we have these digital platforms. Some are calling them big tech, but they're referring to the Facebooks and the Amazons and Googles and the platforms that are Uber and so on. Many of them leveraging the technology frameworks that already exist. We have social media. We have cloud computing. We have the notion of frontier technologies, the Internet of Things, virtual reality, augmented reality, robotics, artificial intelligence, drones, blockchain, autonomous vehicles. And my question becomes, how can the region's tiny resource challenged small island developing states even begin to regulate this effectively, independently of each other? The challenge is, to my mind, pretty significant. So as a background to this project that we're doing with the CARICOM, the CTU and the ITU, in March 2014, CARICOM heads of government directed the establishment of a single regional ICT space to enhance investment and production via the digital economy with clear timelines. They gave the region till 2019, 2 years ago, to get some answers to these issues. And part of the mandate included regional harmonization of ICT policy, legal and regulatory regimes. And that was in 2019. That particular directive involved 4 areas: modernization of outdated national policies to take account of technological and regulatory evolution, identification of and resolution of policy and institutional inconsistencies among member jurisdictions, guarantee of independence of the regulatory system by law and practice, and strong governance structures, systems, and procedures. Well, we are approaching the end of 2021, and the directive, as far as I'm aware, has not been fully effective. And I've come here to say, with all due respect today, we have run out of time. There is, to my view, in my humble opinion, a perfect storm brewing that threatens the Caribbean's current and future ICT development. I've sounded similar warnings over the years, most recently prior to the pandemic, concerning the critical need to restructure regional ICT, telecoms, and innovation frameworks to meet emerging challenges. We have not moved quickly enough, and we ignore current imperatives, in my view, at our great risk. Here is my understanding of the perfect storm. And remember my disclaimer earlier, I am now returning back to my roots. So I should have said, I absolve the ITU, the CTU, and CARICOM of any issues emerging from my presentation. They haven't checked it. I haven't cleared it with them. They may be of a different view. I am speaking for myself and my understanding of the sector right now. 7 imperatives are driving what could be catastrophic change for the regional ICT and telecom sector. In my view, the first is climate change and a lack of climate resiliency, and the question of insurance deductibles and insurance for telecoms and infrastructure networks in the Caribbean. Bring to mind the Bahamas Telecoms Corporation, Dorian in 2019, a Category 5 hurricane, the worst natural disaster in that island's history. $25 million in damage to network infrastructure. Did the insurance pay out? To the best of my knowledge, they did not. And the cost had to be recouped from the provider itself and its parent companies. So how do we treat to climate resiliency in the infrastructure that we do build? And how do we create a supporting environment where if something catastrophic happens, that companies are not left alone to seek to redress what is wrong? The COVID-19 pandemic is another part of the perfect storm. Unprecedented acceleration to digital spaces, meaning lots more pressure on our networks, on our services, trying to accelerate the actual offering of services and trying to do it while escalating increasingly sophisticated state-sponsored, in some cases, cybersecurity threats continue to emerge. So you don't treat to cybersecurity by just wishing and hoping. So all of these things require infrastructure and people and skilled people, trained people who understand. You're paying your staff, you're doing your due diligences, you're monitoring and so on, you're collaborating with stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, it costs money. I recall many years ago, my prime minister, she was the leader of the opposition at the time, and she said to me, Annalie, it costs to care. And it costs money. The question is, where do we get this money? Another part of the perfect storm, nationalists, I call them nationalists, right-wing populist movements using social media to spread disinformation, but worse than that, to destabilize governments, and in many cases, democratic governments. Are they being regulated? Consolidation of corporate wealth, market cap of big tech firms, tech's top 7 companies added, I checked this just yesterday, $3.4 trillion in value in 2020. So when we talk about the big tech firms, we're talking again about either that or the digital platforms, the biggest companies, Apple again, Facebook and so on. They added Amazon, $3.4 trillion in value in 2020. And the top 5, as far as I'm aware, have a market cap in the trillions of dollars. What about OTT services, regulation, tax? These questions are quite valid. And there are questions that I think we need to consider as we go forward. Another, in my view, part of the perfect storm is the consolidation of individual wealth and the growth in global inequality. 2,365 billionaires got 54% richer during the pandemic, adding $4 trillion to their wealth. And many of these billionaires represent those big tech firms or digital platforms, whatever you want to call them. And my question becomes, that my prime minister is, I believe, at the UN right now, speaking to issues of global inequality and redressing imbalances. How do we get some of those resources back into infrastructure, but yes, also into innovation and the creation of solutions that help unlock a wealth of value for our Caribbean people? I think those things are very important. Then the 7th aspect or imperative, I think, that is driving us toward the perfect storm is the high-risk vendors issue, HRVs. Removal of telecoms equipment believed to threaten US, UK, and EU national security. There's a timeline, my friends, by 2025. We are now in 2021, at the end of 2021, And we have a limited, so my understanding of this is that a lot of that equipment has to be reconfigured, a lot of our infrastructure and systems gutted, and if you're going to redo our infrastructure, it doesn't make sense to gut it and rebuild at 4G. So there's talk right now of a push to 5G networks. What does that mean? Do we need those in the Caribbean? There's major cost, pricing, environmental health implications of the move to 5G. And I think that regulators and stakeholders and governments need to consider those. So what are the implications? The region's telcos will be pressured, if they're not already, to invest huge sums of money to upgrade, modernize, strengthen the resiliency of networks and environment where digital platforms or big tech competitors are eating their lunch. Their business models are not keeping pace with the digital economy, respectfully. Revenues are falling, consumer expectations are growing, and governments are demanding higher quality of service, accountability, tax revenues, and competitive prices for their citizens and consumers. There is no doubt in my mind that the existing model has to change. I believe it is broken. We are marking time before it collapses completely. But the question is, change to what? That's the multi-billion-dollar question. If you have not already, I strongly recommend you read The Rise of the Network Industries Regulating Digital Platforms by Juan Montero and Matthias Finger. Quote, just two short quotes from them. The existing legal and regulatory framework is not ready to face the challenges that the digital platforms or big tech pose. As traditional players are subject to strict regulations regarding market power, these are the old world telcos that were formed and created almost an environment with the silos that I showed you in that visual earlier. But the platforms, the big tech, are benefiting from competition and the unleveled playing field. So they are reaping benefits, but I'm not sure how much they're sowing, certainly not into, in my view, the countries of the Caribbean in terms of actual developmental funding and financing and so on. And don't get me wrong, I know that these platforms contribute quite a bit to the ability of our people to communicate and to collaborate and so on. But my question is now, as it was 18 years ago when I finished my dissertation, what about Caribbean innovation? And how do we support that to create solutions for ourselves? I think the Caribbean has one of the biggest diasporas in the world. So can we start to create our own solutions? I'm just putting it out there as a question. I think it is also relevant to read Telecommunications Law and Regulation 5th edition by Ian Walden, editor. He says, in terms of regulation, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Each individual country, and in our case, I would say region, must carefully analyze its specific market characteristics, legal foundations, regulatory and institutional capacity, and any political realities or tensions that might influence or shape a particular regulatory approach. The key to successful implementation of a new regulatory framework in developing countries is to combine the lessons learned from international experience with a deep understanding of local circumstances and priorities. In other words, we have to create our own regulatory solutions. The key challenges, some of the key challenges identified by the OECD, the precipitous pace of technological change. This is a huge issue. It's putting severe pressure on existing regulatory models. Frontier technologies, and again, in that little burst that I showed in the visual, artificial intelligence, frontier technology, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and so on, are amplifying this challenge exponentially. And quite frankly, it is difficult for regulation to keep up. Our structures are also not fit for purpose. There is a blurring of boundaries between established market sectors and business model and it impacts the scope of regulatory mandates and activities. And coming out recently from the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology, I can tell you that in many ways, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, Barbados and our Caribbean countries are operating in a digital environment with analog solutions and frameworks and policies in many regards. And when I say analog, I mean in terms of speed of response and thinking and critical thinking in these things. Digital businesses challenge traditional regulatory models because pricing in the digital economy can play by different rules. An example, giving up personal information whose value can be leveraged by these digital platforms or big tech in return for quote unquote free digital products or services. How does this factor in to how we price and how we charge and licensing and these kinds of things? It's an important question to ask. Other challenges identified by the OECD, enforcement. The difficulty, and they gave one good example, the difficulty of enforcing copyright and intellectual property rights as digital platforms offer new ways to distribute content. And I believe one of our speakers spoke this week about the case of Australia and newspapers, etc. So another issue, cross-border regulation. We know that digital technologies straddle multiple regulatory regimes, and they create the potential for confusion and risk, especially in a fragmented regulatory situation where we have different entities governing finance and broadcasting and spectrum and telecoms and pricing policy and so on. How do you get a cohesive approach and answers to your regulation? Digital content and services also span national jurisdictional boundaries, drastically increasing cross-border flows and transactions. And I smile when I say this because we can sit here and talk about regulation, but many of the young innovators that I know who are doing wonderful things in tech and the creative industries paid absolutely no attention to regulation in many regards in Barbados and the Caribbean. They have found workarounds and they're doing their innovation, but it impacts on our tax dollars. It impacts on our ability to have finances and money stay in our country to develop innovation and other things further. Digitization gives businesses global reach, even as they can locate. They can choose and cherry pick locations for different production processes in different countries, and they can avoid compliance with respect to physical presence, internal tax policy, data protection, and other regulated areas. What's the bottom line? Digital convergence is profoundly transforming life for everyone, everywhere. It is severely challenging government's traditional regulatory models, blurring lines between established market sectors and business models, challenging enforcement mechanisms, transcending domestic, regional, and global governance. The Caribbean's existing fragmented regulatory frameworks lack the agility to respond effectively to rapidly accelerating technological change. The pace and impacts of change are staggering. And the issue becomes, I think it was you, Josanne, who talked about certainty. If investors and even innovators and entrepreneurs, business people lack certainty, they will probably choose to go where they can find it. So what are some optimal approaches? Again, the level of complexity is too great in policy and regulatory spheres as frontier technologies continue to converge. As digital platforms or big tech consolidate, their power is growing. The cost to governments and citizens of ineffective regulation, I believe, is going to rise exponentially. As I said, I believe this perfect storm is already here. The Caribbean must adopt, in my view, a whole of government, and this is something that the OECD recommends, a whole of government, but I added a whole of region approach to policy, legislation, and regulation. Some possibilities. Obviously, we're discussing a single regional regulatory authority working with national regulators. And the question then becomes, what would they regulate? Telecoms, broadcasting, spectrum, I don't know, content. the complexity is so great that there needs to be a conversation about what that regulatory authority would regulate. And also the word authority, what would be its authority? Because I have learned in my professional career, I've spent my career giving advice to governments and ministers and prime ministers. But what I've come to find is that the advice does not have to be taken on board. So if we're going to have a regional regulatory authority, it can't just be about making suggestions and recommendations. It must have teeth. And if we are going to do it correctly, some of that authority may erode authority from a national regulator. What do we do? It is a complex conversation that needs to be had. I am of the view, also, respectfully, I don't know if Mr. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the CTU, is here, but I believe that that organization needs to be restructured and empowered and re-empowered. And I asked the question, could it focus on research and development generally, but R&D in terms of policy and ICT innovation as a driver? It's a possibility, but that can then support a regional regulatory authority with teeth, working with national regulators to bring some cohesion to a very fragmented environment and reality in the Caribbean. I believe we need to continue to engage as the CTU, the ITU, CARICOM, and so many are doing and have already done, engage broad and diverse ranges of stakeholders. We must keep talking and having conversations and figure it out, and we can get to win-win, but some of us have to give up some of our preconceived notions and expectations to get there. I believe that CARICOM as a region, but also Caribbean governments have to invest in policy and research and development. And I can tell a few tales out of school. This was one of the first, when I was asked to make recommendations for the structuring of Barbados's Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Smart Technology. One of the first divisions I put in was research and development. We have to have it. Otherwise, we are making decisions in the dark. And it has severe implications for our future as a region. We need also to undertake early regulatory impact and risk assessments of the policymaking processes as we go along. And we have to carry out regular post-implementation reviews and make any corrections that are necessary in as speedy a manner as possible. And above all, we have to ensure international regulatory collaboration as far as we are able. ICT and telecoms is so vital to current and future development. I believe also that they ought to be under the direct purview of CARICOM heads of government. I don't know how popular that position is, individually and collectively, at least until greater traction is reached in that CARICOM, proposed CARICOM single ICT space and with a single regulatory authority. The scale and scope of needed transformation and the consequences if change is not accelerated are too significant to continue doing what we have always done. The perfect storm of 7 imperatives that I outlined threatens the region's socio-economic survival. And if we do not respond more rapidly and effectively, we could see ICT and telecoms development drop precipitously. And in an environment where we're still dealing with the impact of a global pandemic, climate-related environmental shocks, loss of jobs. I believe I said on Monday, and I say again, Barbados initially lost 30,000 jobs at the height of the COVID pandemic. A loss of economic opportunities, loss of growth. The region can't afford to roll back digital transformation too. What are the next steps? CARICOM, the CTU, the ITU, sponsored assessment for regulatory compliance, which this is a part of. And the next steps for me in this process, I put all of these ideas and thoughts out there, but we need to have a dialogue with and feedback from key regulatory Caribbean authorities and stakeholders. And I've been assured by the ITU, the CTU, and CARICOM that they will assist in setting up those conversations with some of you for me, and then review of the regulatory environment, analysis of regional regulatory frameworks and key challenges, and a conceptual framework for regulatory harmonization and consolidation going forward till we go to the next step, which we trust will be some degree of implementation. Thank you.
Wow, Annalie, I actually need to take a drink after that presentation. It was, and I note your disclaimer, Selby? Sobering.
So I have left you speechless, Josanne? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, you've not left me speechless, but it's not my prerogative to comment very much. I have to facilitate. But I would say, if you want a comment from me, that notwithstanding all of the rich presentations that have been infused into these proceedings, yours stands out neck and shoulders for me, and I'll tell you why very quickly. Selby, do I have the floor? Your permission?
Go ahead.
Very quickly. It brought everything into focus in terms of what it is that we're dealing with in the Caribbean in a very comprehensive manner. And that perfect storm that you talk about, you talked about Jennifer Britton, for example. I remember a previous incarnation of that Regional ICT Strategy Committee, CARICOM, which was Jackie Wilshire, who's another Barbadian, and people like Gillian Marcel and myself and others were all part of different experts. Right. And then, then Jennifer. And it's frightening when you talk about a 2014 directive and to be ready in 2019 and look at what has happened in between. So I think for all of the data that we have, and a lot of times we say, data is important, but these philosophical, political, regulatory underpinnings are so important for us to to contemplate. And the one thing that I wrote here was R&D. While you were speaking, R&D, I swear to God. And I put it in a big asterisk. I put R&D.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I thought,
absolutely,
this is something that, with the best will in the world, Selby, the CTU does an amazing job, but there is a kind of backbone and granular and heavy lifting work that has to continue, and not necessarily driven by the political agendas, meaning when one is constrained by, because you have to deal with government officials. And I thought that it was very, very important that you made that point, not just about the whole of government, but that the whole of region approach.
Dr. Bab, do you think that there needs to be a greater push from the governments in the region to achieve what we want to achieve?
And not just from the governments in the region, sir, from the prime ministers. I don't see, when you look at the Singapore model and you look at how Singapore achieved what it did, it sat ICT and key aspects of its whole digital transformation directly under the purview of its leader. And these are things, because digital transformation transcends ministries, it cuts across everything, just like creativity and culture. We can have ministers, respectfully, you yourself were a minister and very effective at what you did, but the decision making has to happen and be driven, I believe, from prime ministers' offices, at least for the next 2 to 3 years until the thing is rolling in the right direction. That's my experience and my professional opinion.
Do you get a feel that that is being done?
It is not. I don't get a feel that it is, no.
How do we catalyze that?
I have a tremendous amount of respect for the CTU. Under the combined leadership of the team there, yourself and Gary and Rodney and so on, I feel as if there's a fresh breath and energy. I know certainly that many of you, but Mr. Taylor himself is very much respected in the halls of government in Barbados and elsewhere. I believe the CTU needs to take leadership and sound the alarm It's like, when years ago when we had the tsunami warning, the tsunami over in Asia, a lot of our countries created this notion of tsunami warnings. And some places you hear a bell ringing or a horn being sounded, emergency, emergency, get to high ground. I am saying to you, and I feel it very passionately, we are at a state of emergency in this sector. We have sat and rested on our laurels for many years. We did well, but the world has changed and COVID has accelerated the transformation and we are not ready. And I believe that the CTU, working with governments and prime ministers directly, needs to take leadership on this and accelerate this thing as quickly as possible. What we end up with may not be perfect, but we need to start. We need a single regional regulatory authority with teeth, working with the CTU and national regulators to reconfigure and reimagine this entire space. And I will not be convinced that we do not have the brain trust to do it. Josanne mentioned Dr. Marcel. We have, I can list, I would run out of fingers on my hands, the number of people in the diaspora and here in the Caribbean ready to work with us. And Friends of Barbados, Ambassador Gabriel Abed in blockchain, specialists in that area, Dr. Marcel, all yourselves at the CTU. I can name a number of people here in Barbados as well. We can put our heads together and figure out a solution.
Well,
Thank you, Dr. Bab.
And Selby, he's such a cool customer. I was, yeah, maybe that's why he's in finance and I'm in some other kind of area. And the one thing I would say, Annalie, though, is that I think that we need to use this technology and these platforms to actually directly engage with Caribbean people everywhere. I think that ringing, that alarm bell ringing, has all of that sort of policy and governmental work. But I think that we need to open up these conversations. And I think maybe just mash brakes for one day in the region, Selby. One day in the region where everybody comes to a halt and everybody is listening to what it is that we're facing. This presentation, along with Didicus Jules's presentation on Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was, is
Dr.
really,
Bab,
yeah.
would you say there's a case for redirecting our resources differently in the Caribbean? I know we claim that there are limited resources, limited financial resources, limited human resources. But I think we're stuck in a time warp of using our resources for traditional activities rather than using them for transformational activities. And how do we make that leap from traditional to transformational spend, using the same dollars that we earn now, putting them to different use for a bigger purpose?
Okay. So there are two things I would say about that.
We have to make this one quick, Annalie, sorry, because I have to bring the next panel on, so.
Okay, no problem. But we can take it offline. Yes, I agree that we need to redirect some resources, but I also agree, look back at those figures I told you about the 2,000 and something billionaires in the world. Many of them, or some of them, are friends of the Caribbean and of Barbados, or we can tap those networks. Can we talk? Professor Sir Hilary Beckles has been speaking about reparations. Can some of those reparations be about tapping that kind of financing, philanthropic, into an innovation fund for the Caribbean, for the CTU, for this regulatory authority that begins to help us to treat to these issues? I think that perhaps, Josanne, is a good note on which to end.
Thank you so much, Annalie, and I will encourage everyone, if you're just coming in, to make sure that you go on that later on in the platform, that you go and you access this presentation. We'll be talking soon, Annalie. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Josanne. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running just a couple of minutes over now, so let's proceed into the next panel discussion to address what regulatory initiatives will be required to advance the development of the CARICOM single ICT space, to be moderated by Sandra Seeley. The participants here are Ms. Opal Neal, Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs. She's a graduate of the University of the West Indies in Mona, Jamaica, and has over a decade of experience in the telecommunications field, including providing advice on ICT policy and regulations formulation and developing cost models for regulated and non-regulated services. We also have Kwesi Prescott, consultant at TSTT. Kwesi is an internationally experienced business consultant specializing in the telecommunications ICT sphere with over 22 years experience in senior roles, and he provides clients with the wherewithal and hands-on experience to guide the development of their businesses while driving for competitive value development, cost effectiveness, and increased returns. Finally, we have Mark Reynolds, who is VP Legal and Regulation. He's the Vice President, Legal and Regulatory Affairs of Guyana Telephone and Telegraph Company, GTT, Guyana's largest telecoms service provider. And to chair the panel, as I said, it's Sandra Seeley, who is a consultant at the CTU. She's self-motivated. She's a self-motivated, dedicated professional with nearly 20 years experience, and she's interacted and provided guidance to a wide range of stakeholders, operators, consumers, business, government agencies, and international organizations. So Sandra, sorry for stealing some of your time. It's over to you.
Good morning, Josanne. Thank you very much. And I understand exactly what occurred, because Annalie's presentation had so much food for thought. I know it just simulated several questions. I just want to make one point that you forgot Mr. David Geary from Digicel. He is also part of the panel, but I know we have heard him a couple of times, and I know he has a lot more to say as well, but I'm going to let the other persons, the other panelists come in before him. I just want to say, with respect to the days that have passed, it has been a really good session that we've been having here today, and it has emphasized the vital role of regulation. It was mentioned before, the input from Didacus Jules, and he asked at the end of his presentation, how do we move forward? And that is what Annalie, I think, has also emphasized. So where do we go? How do we move forward? We know that things that we've been hearing about, more collaboration between the regulator, collaboration between the regulator, the operator, the public, and the importance of maintaining a competitive environment, and also the importance of not forgetting that the consumers at the end of the day, they are our people that we need to make sure that they have the services and that we extend the digital facilities to those who currently don't have it. So all of those things are things right now that we have to consider. And I am going to be asking my panel, which is made up of operators, to give their input on this. What I have asked, you mentioned that study that was done in the paper that was presented in 2014. And within that paper, it defined the CARICOM single ICT space. It said it was envisioned as an ICT-enabled borderless space that fosters economic, social, and cultural integration for the betterment of the Caribbean region. What I would like my panels to do is give me their views on this. In other words, what is their concept of the CARICOM single ICT space? How do you believe you as an operator can help us achieve this vision? What do you think are the regulatory policies that are needed to facilitate this? I will open the floor to you to answer these questions. I know we have time constraints, and I've said like around 4 or 5 minutes each person. So I would like to start with Opal. Opal, if you could give me your views on this question. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. And I really thank the CTU for giving us this opportunity to speak on these issues this morning, this afternoon. In terms of the single ICT space, I just want to briefly reflect on the basis or the genesis of it. And seeing the genesis of this single ICT space as coming from the goals and objectives of the CSME, that is the CARICOM Single Market and Economy. And as you mentioned, Sandra, in your opening, is that essentially the chief goal could be seen as ensuring that the community in the CARICOM states are operating in a global environment, but being very competitive in that global environment. And that sort of goes back to 2002 when the treaty was revised. Fast forward 10, maybe a decade later, the concept of the single ICT space essentially as an enabler to achieving the goals of the CSME. Now, the question, a lot of times when we talk about it though, we tend to focus on the infrastructure and the services of traditional operators. That we tend to focus on that. But the reality is that the ecosystem that we are operating in is much wider than that. It really covers, in addition to traditional operator services, it covers all the service providers who provide services to end users in our markets. It also deals about the whole issue of development of innovation. We need to look at skills development, because all of this is going to be very important to achieving the goals of the CSME and the CARICOM Single ICT space. So I see when we talk about the single ICT space, I really look at it as that being just a part of the global borderless ICT ecosystem. So that is the space sort of in which we are operating. And that would be my starting point. In terms of what is needed for us to achieve it, and I think from a lot of the discussions that we've been having so far, and particularly coming after Annalie's presentation, I think one of the first things I think we need as a region is a common understanding of what the current infrastructure is. It's actually very key for us to start with that. With that common understanding, there has to be transformational leadership and the political will to do what we need to do. We know we need to upgrade our infrastructure in terms of policy and regulations to reflect the realities of it. And it is going to need that sort of leadership to get it done. In general, I think we all understand that we need to overall the entire legal and regulatory framework to be more in line with the situation we're faced with. We're working in a converged environment. So for example, previously, the other panelists are asking about specific issues that operators could cite. I think a good one that we could probably think about is if we think of our current regulatory infrastructure, and I'll just pick a few. We look at, say, licensing processes, for example. And our the whole licensing process and all of those processes were really came into being to facilitate competition back at the turn of the century. And to a large extent, that those are still the frameworks that we are working with. So traditional providers have to ever so often go back and provide a lot of information and to essentially redo the process that we did when we applied for the licenses. But at the same time, you have other service providers who are operating in this space, but they're not even registered locally. So they don't have the same cost base that a traditional provider would have. So that would be one specific thing I could cite. Another specific area I probably want to cite is the whole issue of, for example, universal service. And a lot of our markets, or all of our markets in the region, have universal service legislation, regulations. I think we need to go a layer below that. We know that the USF is really to treat with ensuring that we have the access gap is filled, and it needs to focus on the issue of affordability of services. We know that The question is, the way the universal service programs are run currently, is that the focus? And as an operator, I think our position is that in some cases that's not the case because, for example, not a lot of work has been done to sort of critically assess what is the true access gap. And if you're talking about affordability to customers, the question is, how do you measure affordability? So those are some of the kinds of things I would say from an operator's perspective on the sort of day-to-day level. And those are just a few examples. So certainly, as I said before, we really see a need to harmonize the framework, and not only harmonizing the framework in terms of the traditional telecom operators, but certainly the framework has to contemplate the wider ecosystem, for example. So for example, I think two good areas I want to cite where I think some work has been, there's sort of green shoots, some work has been done. Is, for example, in the area of spectrum harmonization, the work of the CTU, they have done some work that is sort of moving us in the right direction. I think that is helpful. We also have the ECTEL regulatory regime in the Eastern Caribbean states, and that's an area we could look to see what are the learnings that we could learn from that. But certainly, the key focus is for us to ensure we have harmonized policies, that our legal and regulatory framework is really updated. A lot of it is still designed to treat with the introduction of competition way behind. We also need to look at other economy-wide laws. I mean, the whole issue, we're in a data-driven economy, global economy. So we need to focus on data protection laws, the competition laws, and so on. And that is where I think a lot of the focus needs to be. And embodying that is an appropriate regulatory framework. So that would be my offering on your first question, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Opal. I will now turn to Mark. We haven't heard from Guyana. And I would love Mark to tell us what is his view on what is needed to move us towards this single ICT space, this journey that we've been on for too long, and time is running out, as Annalie has said. Mark?
Good morning, everyone. So in defining the whole idea of a single ICT space, and the whole idea of it being seamless and borderless, and it's my call to the industry that we have to come out of the space of how we deal with traditional telecommunications. Too often, I think we have been trapped in the WTO arrangements of the ordinary brick and mortar way of doing telecoms. And I think not only the service providers, but also the regulators have to think now broader, because now the industry is seen as a conduit. And I can just capture exactly what my views are in this diagram here, if everyone is able to see it. The whole idea and the drive behind a single ICT space, and if we meet our partners in the African Union, this is the drive that they have been using to get funding from the World Bank and other international entities. Just the other day, I believe Google has set up now a fiber optic cable from the tip of Africa to South Africa, which pretty much is going to be feeding fiber capacity into the continent. So you have that attraction there, but it has come by a broadening of the scope of how we deal with traditional telecoms, and that's no longer the concept. It's actually now digital development. And now we as service providers are conduits digital development. And the traditional way of dealing with interconnection is no longer the way of interconnection. Capacity arrangements are just means to an end, which is why I come to like, for instance, Guyana has one of the highest rates in terms of taxes that you have to pay as a telecoms provider. We have to pay 45% to the government. And in our minds, we believe that there needs to be restructuring of the various taxation arrangements across the region to be able to stimulate investment. That's one arm. Then you come to the development of infrastructure. We have the subsea cables. We have towers, various elements that are used to provide services. But I believe that in order to drive a single ICT space, we as the conduits of providing services to persons, these elements, taxation, investment, will then drive the development of infrastructure. Then you come to the issue of the harmonization of spectrum. Opal had spoke to that point previously, and it's something that I think too many. If you look across the region, there's a checkered way of dealing with spectrum, and then we cannot have a collective voice going to the WRC in terms of what we need as a region. And I think that being able to define what we need and what is best for the region will be better and give us a greater shot at getting things in place. Now, I have an acronym here in terms of HEAR, and it's my hope that we here will hear this as the premise. Now, COVID has taught us that the auxiliary entities are very important to driving a sector or driving just the productivity of a country. And it has never been so evident that health, education, agriculture, and regulations are important in terms of supporting an industry when there's a catastrophe. Yes, you have disaster management measures in place, but if you cannot meet the basic needs of persons, then a single ICT space is going to be across the region is going to be a failure. So we have to get into digital health. We have to get into digital education. Like, I have not seen a strong push in terms of getting the improving digital identity, the digital footprint of persons. And yes, that will come as a result of us meeting deployment metrics, meeting those deadlines. But we need to have a solid USF fund to be able to drive that. In an engagement earlier this year, the ITU stated that someone from the ITU had stated that of 180 active USF plans, of 180 USF legislation that is actually in place, only 92 plans are active across the world. Not to mention in the Caribbean, where we are putting this money in, and then we as operators are not seeing the assistance of active USF plans. Yes, I believe that in Jamaica, they did use the USF plan in terms of supporting the Ministry of Health in bolstering the health system, digital health in the response to COVID. But what about education? And then working with the telecom providers, stronger PPE arrangements, which comes to the point of labor and digital skills. And I said this in another forum. Too often the Caribbean is seen as sun, sand, and frolic. I know the 3 S's, but we have been able to produce labor and digital skills in other regions. Our persons have gone into foreign lands and have done well. And going to Dr. Bab's point that we have the skill sets in here, the government, and it's a call to the governments to be able to invest in these plans, invest in the digital identity and agility of our citizens. In Africa, that is what the World Bank is helping with now in terms of the development of the Africa Moonshot projects, working with the AFU. And it's a call to the CTU as well to step in and mirror that in terms of creating a regular cadence of engagement. So persons are of faith with us setting the targets and working towards them. It will lead to the retention of skills within the region, and ultimately we'll have positive growth. But at the center of this is the primary focus, I think, in terms of achieving that seamless, borderless approach to all the single ICT space. We have to have regulatory sandboxes or testing periods where we're able to assess the viability of what we're looking to execute or implement within the region. We have to have an evaluation process, which is regulatory impact assessment. We have to consistently drive that. East Africa is actually a model that we can follow, where a collection of states within the African Union, Rwanda, Tanzania, Botswana, have been driving this regulatory sandbox approach, where they're able to test certain regulations across the region, see where things can be tweaked, and then they're looking to an aggressive implementation timelines in 2022. It comes to harmonization. It can't be a one-size-fits-all in terms of the Caribbean. Barbados will be different from Jamaica, will be different from Guyana, given landmass, politics, different factors. But ultimately, it comes down to implementation. We have to come from the point of talking and then actually doing. And the only way we can do that is where we have strong ex-post regulations, which allows for there to be some flexibility of us as operators being able to implement prices, do bundling, do different things without the regulatory stricture that allows us to provide the customer service, the customer that they want. Because if we're looking to achieving a G5 status of regulation, where most of us in the region are playing within the era of G2, G3, there needs to be greater cohesion and development of capacity within the region so we're able to deliver to the customer. Thank you. Those are my opening comments as relates to the first question.
Thank you very much, Mark, and for your very comprehensive input on what we can do on the problems that you see that need to be tackled to move towards a single ICT space. I especially like your acronym HEAR, and I noticed that you again highlighted what was highlighted by one of in an earlier session, the high taxes and how much the taxation impacts the operators. I would now like to ask Mr. Kwesi Prescott from TSTT. Are you just confirming that you're, yes, I see you there. Very welcome, Kwesi. I would like to hear your response to the question that I put to the panel earlier. Good afternoon. It's over to you.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. It's been a while since I've been part of one of these CTU conferences. It's good to be back. But I must reflect, as Opal did, that much of the conversations we're having today mirror ongoing conversations within the region regarding the single ICT space that have persisted for maybe 10 years. I recall the CTU doing a policy rapid response research initiative of something of the sort, which dealt with much of the issues in terms of that we're discussing today, that was discussed in the previous presentation about what some of the key regulatory drivers or the key drivers in the environment that our regulators need to be prepared to address. In that regard, in fact, I think a lot of that conversation would have led into the 2014 executive directive to try to get more things in place for a single ICT space. In that regard, we do have some harmonized policy principles that have been applied throughout the region in the telecom space, in the data protection space, Opal cited, and even in the space of enabling electronic transactions. The HIPCAR project is an example, followed by, there was another project. There were at least 2 or 3 projects that were focused on harmonizing our regulatory policies. The challenge that has developed is that the implementation of those policies are quite varied across the region still. And that has been intimated in the conversations in prior panels by both parties from Digicel and Cable and Wireless, where they discussed the variances in the legislative framework, despite what should be a reasonably coherent or similar policy foundation. That being said, some of what Opal said, I would like to actually reflect on some of the points Opal made as it relates to how that impacts on the operational level and therefore impacts how us as operators can operate across the region seamlessly. I mean, we still have these old licensing regimes that apply to telcos and in some jurisdiction ISPs, not in all. So there's a divergence there already. But don't apply for the content providers like the Googles and the Apples and so forth. That creates a regulatory imbalance already. Yeah. There's a lot of talk. Mark Reynolds mentioned a lot of the stuff that's happening internationally with the laying of fiber in Africa and so forth, and how the big tech companies are big capital investors in those initiatives. And there's always been a lot of talk of why don't we get the Googles and so forth do the same to the Caribbean? But in saying that, are we recognizing that Google and Apple and these guys would have to be recognized as telcos in our region? And if they're recognized as telcos, that they should apply to the same telecoms regulatory framework? When you start talking about that, the question arises, okay, there are telecom regulatory frameworks that deal with managing competition, technology, the implementation of infrastructure, all that, as it relates some the boundary of where from the country and of various islands to certain distances off our shores. But then there's telecom infrastructure that connects us that goes beyond that. Who regulates that? These are the questions that were raised then and have been raised and still haven't been addressed that remain live today. I think, so notwithstanding that, the fact that we have Digicel and Cable and Wireless through Columbus Communication, Liberty, whatever name they're going by regionally, operating across the region, we do have, to some extent, a common ICT space in terms of suppliers of telecoms. The challenge is that our regulatory environments are still divergent, and they diverge in the minutiae. And it's the minutiae which causes the various costs for operators. And in closing to the opening question, Open mentioned ECTEL and how ECTEL is a good model that we can emulate as regulators. But ECTEL is in the framework of a broader OECS model where they share other regulatory administrators, central bank and so forth. Unless to even mirror the ECTEL model, it would require the wider Caribbean to also concede to certain other administrative powers being centralized across the region. The CCJ isn't even adopted as the final court of appeal in all our jurisdictions. Central bank and money, if you're going to do that digitally and have digitally enabled currencies to do the single ICT space, how are you doing that if you're having different central banks and different approaches to how digital currencies are identified in our region? So the challenge is, I think, deeper and broader. And I think the previous presentation that preceded this panel got into that. It's deeper and broader than simply getting certain policies in place, because our legislations don't even affect the policies in the same way. It comes, and it's beyond that, we have to deal with broader policy questions, broader administrative questions, and it delves with the question of sovereignty. And unless we start to deal with the significant question of sovereignty, so that we can ensure that the minutiae are the same across the region, I think we're going to keep hitting our head against that wall. And that's all I have to say on the opening question.
Thank you very much, Tracy. You brought back memories of the HITDAR project, because I worked quite a lot on that with Sophie. And as you said, there was a lot of discussion, and then there was no implementation. And we are not sure exactly what was the reason, but we may have some discussion on that later on. I would now like to turn over to David Gary from Digicel to give his input to this question. David?
Great. Hello,
Welcome.
everybody. Hello, Sandra. Very good to see you again. And hello, everybody again. I'll just share a slide, if I may, and just to answer your first question. I know we've been talking about this, and hello everybody. We've been talking about this in an earlier panel, and I don't want to repeat points that we already discussed, but for the benefit of some people who may have just joined us, to recap on a few points. Well, firstly, I thought Dr. Bab's presentation was excellent. Really set out the situation that we find ourselves in great detail, and articulated very, very well. And I would commend that presentation to everybody if anybody missed it. Just to pick up on where we were perhaps some moments ago, I think we had a discussion earlier. I think everybody has agreed that the current fragmented approach to regulation is not fit for purpose for a digital economy. And as Dr. Bab explained, we are in a very bad situation now, in the sense that we urgently need to take action, and any action that we might decide to take could take a long time if we don't get moving and we don't do this right. We talked earlier about the fact that a lot of the speakers spoke to this, about how big tech operators are competing not just against telcos, but against every other digital service provider in this region as well. Sorry, my assistant is barking there in the background. But if we're not careful, these guys are going to take over not only telecoms, they're going to take over media, they're going to take over digital advertising. They probably are a long way down the road of doing this already. And we just do not have the tools in this region to do anything about it. These guys use methods that local companies do not, to dominate markets, to get customers, to get them addicted to their products, to use their data to leverage their dominant position. They've been fined all over the world for this, and they don't care. And that is what they're going to be doing here. So, we urgently need to harmonize our laws here. We urgently need to agree a set of principles that should be enshrined in the local ICT laws of every country in the Caribbean, and then give effect to those. And when I say urgent, I mean, within a few months of say, we're already way behind. I mean, certainly a centralized system where there's a centralized regulator and one regulatory frame for the region should absolutely be endorsed. This is something we need to do, but that is going to take time. That's going to take, quite a while, years probably, to get that right. We don't have years. We need to do something right now. There is something we can do, and that is we can at least try and keep protections in our ICT laws. So just turning to those for a second, I know there's a second part of this discussion where we can go into that in more detail. But when we're talking about what the challenge we're facing, a lot of these services just would not be allowed today if everything that was known about them was known from the outset. We're dealing with these big tech guys who are behaving like big tobacco or big oil. They're trying to delay or block progress on regulations so they can make as much money as possible. And that is what they're going to do here as well. You can be absolutely sure they're already in the ITU trying to block progress left, right, and centre. And they will do the same here once the process gets going here as well. And we are easily a decade behind what these guys are thinking. We're still talking about harmonizing a regulatory framework, having a regulator who even have the structures and the resources to do anything at all. These guys are miles ahead. I mean, as well as we said in the earlier panel, this is not something that's extraneous to the Caribbean. These are not problems that are going on somewhere else. If you read the books, that are many of them are written by insiders now, I would commend these books. In fact, for anybody from the regulatory bodies listening, we'll send you copies of these, and please read them. And don't take it from us. Read what the insiders are saying. I mean, they knew about these problems. They have experimented on the people of the Caribbean to see how to disrupt democracy, and that happened because there's no rules. They didn't do it in the United States or Europe first. They did it here. They didn't apply GDPR level protections to teenagers in the Caribbean, except in the French West Indies where they were legally required to, knowing that they're having a toxic effect on teenagers, for example. And then if you look at what they're doing next, they're, you know, I was watching this Click Online show on BBC the other day, which is a fantastic show about, you know, tech trends. And they're researching how people's minds can make give instructions to machines without touching them, right? So using, you know, they put a sensor on your brain, you just a hat kind of thing you put on, and then you can kind of instruct your computer to do things. But also they're doing the reverse, how the tech can actually, they are really researching this, how the tech can actually make you change your mind. This is incredibly dangerous stuff. And this is what they're doing right now. So as I said, they are years ahead of where we are. I mean, we urgently need to take action now to address this situation. So, you know, we'll in a few minutes, I know there's a second question, we'll come to more detail of what we can do. But, you know, other countries have introduced, use their competition law powers, and we don't have competition law powers in most of our markets, to assess market dominance and to assess what they're doing and to put in place structures that the big tech have to obey. Australia and France require them to pay for media content. I mean, I think we can look at the media industry here and say, if we don't do something fast, there isn't going to be a media industry, quite honestly, within a few years of today, because they won't have the advertising revenues anymore. South Korea has its courts have looked at Netflix's arrangements where they pay telcos in America and Europe, but didn't do it in South Korea, and so that's abusive. If you think, you know, if you think it's worth value somewhere, it has to be the same here. That's something the courts here could do if they wanted, if they had the powers, but they don't. You know, there's laws on disinformation, laws on online harms in many jurisdictions. Kenya has introduced digital taxes. It's a key question. You know, how are governments going to fund public services when everything goes online? The UN Broadband Commission report on 21st century financing of infrastructure, which I was proud to be part of, has clearly said every business that derives a benefit from the use of broadband networks should contribute, and that one model could be a percentage or a portion of any new digital taxes be given into a government fund for infrastructure. And the Florence School of Regulation has clearly identified this risk. If online platforms continue to sideline traditional network operators, you know, they won't be able to continue to invest. They're not going to be able to continue, and that's also a risk for this region. So, just on this question to conclude, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of new laws around the world that we can look to. We can take the key principles. We can harmonize by introducing those principles into our ICT laws over the next, let's say, 3 to 6 months, certainly during 2022, while we think about what a larger reorganization of our regulatory structures should be, which could take a couple of years. But we can't wait a couple of years. So I think, you know, we need to take action now and introduce basic protections into our ICT laws straight away. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I don't want to stop your flow. So as you have said, what my next question would be is, what do you think we need to do there are a lot of things to be done. And from your point of view, what do you think are the first things we need to do? The major things that we need to do in the first instance? David?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Sandra. Well, I'll just press on. So sorry,
Yes,
I have these on the
you
slide.
kind of gave us some of them already.
I did,
but I don't know
yeah.
if there are some more that you want to add, so that you can just give us yours one time.
Well, look, let's just recap on them, you know, because, yes. I mean, you know, what are the most important instruments platforms, like the obligation to provide reports to the regulator, cooperation of legal authorities, and so on. Number 3, make it easier, this is important, make it easier to tackle false information online by making, at the moment, it's very difficult to get the big tech platforms to remove fake information or even to identify the source of it. This has been looked at in Ireland, for example, and there's a way of simplifying court procedures to make it easier for regulators or private individuals to do that, and that's something. You bring them into the fold. They're too far away. They need to be responsible. Competition law, fourth, is, I mean, this is hugely important. We don't have competition law frameworks. We've been talking about this for quite a long time in the region. Barbados has a modern competition law. Jamaica does as well. Other countries don't. There's some competition law provisions in licenses or ICT laws. They're usually specific to licensees. We need competition wording that applies to all providers of digital services. I think the CARICOM Competition Commission has a key role here in being a centre of excellence, providing resources to local regulators. We're always a big believer in the CTU as well. We've for years, as I'm sure everybody will know, have supported the view that the CTU has a central role in all of this, in devising these these harmonised rules. Without having to form a central regulator at the moment, we can still take steps that give them at least the ability, local regulators, at least the ability to intervene and to have some support there, so they understand and they can do the market research and so on to understand what they're doing. And then finally, in online harms, I mean, there has to be a clear requirement, again, in ICT laws, that illegal content has to be removed by digital platforms within a given time frame. The same for harmful material. Ministers and regulators can agree a schedule of what they believe is harmful and publish that periodically. And I think annual reporting to the regulators as well, transparency reporting, how they dealt with complaints, how they deal with illegal content, how they dealt with harmful content, and so on. And then sanctions for non-compliance, obviously, as well. So these are the sorts of things that we can do. I think what we need to do is, agree the principles. It shouldn't take that long. I mean, these are very basic. We can go much further, but if we want to do something now, which I think is important, we can take the most basic obligations such as these, and then let's agree them, and then say, okay, let's draft model legislative clauses that every country can adopt into their ICT laws, and let's get it done within the next 6 to 8 months. While we undertake a wider review as to what the structure should look like going forward. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, Mark. I got some information in the chat with respect to your comment about the competition authorities. And as you noted, that Jamaica and Barbados does have a competition authority, but I'm also being advised that Guyana and Trinidad, they also have competition authorities. And you're correct, the CCC would be the agency that would look towards bringing more competition legislation or more competition oversight to the region. I again thank you for your contribution.
Sandra,
and I know, yes, Kwesi, you wanted
I just
to
want
add something?
to comment on that intervention by Ms. Ramsunda.
Yes, go ahead.
She is correct that Trinidad's law excludes telecommunications from its competition law. However, telecommunications in Trinidad does not include the big data guys. The big data guys would not be deemed telecommunication service providers, and therefore would fall under the competition law of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, well, we will have to get more information on that. Yes.
But if I may, I just want to interview, because I think what David said is extremely pertinent to the discussion.
Okay.
I think that he's absolutely right. We need to do things now, and we can't wait for the analysis proposed to create the absolute perfect administrative framework. However, I think our biggest challenge will be to overcome one policy question. And that policy question is everything on the internet supposed to be free and unregulated? And once that question remains, once that remains the prevailing view, then we're going to have a challenge doing what David has suggested. Sorry about that intervention, but I just wanted to say that.
No, but thank you very much, Kwesi. And I'm going to get back to you with respect to what you view as the initiatives that we need to go forward. But before that, I want to go to Opal, who's been quiet for a while. So I'm going to invite Opal to come to the table and let us know what does she think are the main things that we can start doing now as we move towards creating this single ICT space.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay.
I think there's a recognition that the space we're talking about, it requires a sort of radical rethink. And we recognize that in terms of doing this, it is going to take various stakeholders to come to the table to provide their input into the process. And so collaboration is going to be very key. And I know in the past we've talked about collaboration, but a key point I would like to make is that when we're dealing with collaboration in this atmosphere, I think it's going to be very, very important for the key stakeholders to come to the table at the outset of the process, so that what comes out of that process has a better chance of having sort of at least the sort of viable solutions that has the benefit of the views of, parties, the operators, the policymakers, the consumers. It is very important that our collaboration going forward should, ensure that takes place very, very early in the process. I agree with the point David made that there are some things that we can't wait to do. I mean, it is critical. So it doesn't mean that we can't do two things at the same time. So there are some things that are mentioned that, we're not the only part of the world that are having these challenges, and there are solutions that have been found in other markets. So I think even as part of this collaborative process, it would be good for those issues to be studied and decisions taken in terms of what are some of the quick things that we can do, even as we contemplate the bigger issue of the wider harmonization of the regulatory environment, not only from the perspective of the telecommunications industry, but as we have indicated, you're talking about the service providers in a lot of other areas. So I think that needs to be done as well. Another thing I want to mention is the issue of availability of information, of data. And there tends to be a lot of focus on the data with respect to the supply side in terms of, the penetration of different services and so on. And that is very, very key, I believe. And even in that area, it needs to be improved. But I also think if we're going to be making policy decisions should be made on an informed basis. So there is a need for us to start looking at the not only the supply side, but the demand side as well, in terms of what are our citizens, they're using the internet. How are they using it? What are they using it to do? Information such as that, I think is going to be very key for us to, as we seek to develop policies, because our policies is not going to only be related to the telecoms company. It also has to relate to skills development. It has to relate to all these entrepreneurship, all these other areas in terms of our overall ecosystem that has to be included in the process. It is a major contemplation, as Annalie sort of outlined in our presentation. So I think the data aspect of it, having good data on which to make good policy decisions across the region is going to be very key as well. And I think important to that is going to be in the final analysis, agreeing on a sort of governance structure in terms of how all of this will be implemented in the long run. Because it is one thing to come up with these new policy decisions and to make all of these, have these reports and so on and so forth. But it is also going to be more important for us to ensure that the decisions we make are implementable. So I think if I were to add anything to the discussion, at this point, those are some of the things I think we would need to add as a, to ensure that going forward, we make decisions that are relevant and can take us forward into this ecosystem in which a global ecosystem of services and that we are participating in.
Sandra?
Thank you very much. Yes,
Sandra?
yes, Selby. Yes,
I
sir.
would like to provide an opportunity to the regulators in attendance to make any comments on what they've heard so far. We do have a discussion period, and I'd like the regulators to participate in that discussion and respond to some of the things they've heard so far.
Okay, well, the question and answer and the chat is open. I haven't seen anything yet, but if there are any of them, yes, they are welcome to give their input to these points. I know that just as I wait to see if anybody responds, I just wanted to say something with respect to what Opal said, that it is important that we assess where we are, and that means we need to, before we make decisions, we need to know, we can't make them in a vacuum. So we do need to have an assessment of what is going on in the various territories in the region. And I think that will allow us to make better decisions as opposed to, let's say, looking at South Korea and what South Korea has done and not knowing how that will relate to what the environment that we have. So that's one point I would want to, I would also want to add with respect to what you said. With respect to regulators, are there any regulators that have any comments to make on what has been said so far? If not, I will go on to my other panel list. Mark, would you like to give your view on what you think is what are the most critical points of action points that we think we can do right now? We recognize that there are a lot of things that have to be done. What do you think we can do what should we concentrate on first? I know you had your chart there, which I don't know if you're bringing it back up, but what do you think we should concentrate on first with respect to moving towards this single ICT space? Mark? I can't hear you. I can see your slide, but I can't hear you. Do you have your mic on mute? Mark, Mark, are you there, or should I go to Kwesi, who is about to get up? Okay, Mark does seem to be having some audio problems. Hello? Mark?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Mark. Okay, go ahead. Fine, thanks. Go ahead. I can't hear you anymore.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Mark.
Good. All right. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties that everyone experienced. So quickly, there are 4 points for the achievement of the single ICT space that in my mind, I think we need to focus on. I've heard comments from David and from Kwesi in terms of the
single data market, single connectivity market, single online market.
From my standpoint, it's a matter of the ultimate end goal. So we have to think about the single ICT space being a reality in terms of the utility to the customer. Because if we're not focused on the fact that we have to broaden into other areas of, fintech, mobile wallet solutions, just various other ways of how we can be of service to the industry, then telecoms will always can be seen as just pretty much as a pipe service. And just to get quickly to the points, the first point is the first issue is data. Next is an online, in terms of an online presence, connectivity, and enabling regional regulatory environment. So if we're to achieve a single data market, persons have spoken about it in terms of removing undue regulatory restrictions, improving data protection laws. I know we have a regional cybersecurity task force, and I'm glad that Sandra had mentioned the HIPCAR project, because again, that was something that I was involved in some form, but there was a problem in terms of the implementation. How do we go about ensuring that we are not just talking rather than and then going to actual action, actual implementation, measurement? I think the CARICOM had just launched its digital digital skills workforce earlier this month. What is going to be the process, how we monitor that in terms of achieving a single ICT space? And it's a matter of how we manage our data. The value of our people, their information, their personal information is so important. And we, as a region, we still don't have a strong position in terms of data protection. Just the other day, I remember there was a situation where there was a significant data breach for persons in Jamaica, where they had given their information to a third party, and that information was actually it is reported, and I have to state that caveat. It is reported that it was being stored in an environment where the information wasn't secure. We have to be concerned about how is it that we protect the information belonging to our citizens. In terms of the apologies. Oh boy. Right. In terms of the online presence, digital IDs, I know that in Africa, and I know that we don't want to look at another region, and Sandra had spoken about in terms of we have to be cautious about adopting ideas from other regions and implementing it here. But we have to look at the success of, for example, M-Pesa in Kenya, and how that had gone about in terms of us being able to capture persons who are unbanked, getting persons like, for example, GTT has a mobile wallet solution here in Guyana, where we have been expanding in terms of the reach, getting persons who are unbanked. So it's a matter not only in that sphere in terms of developing persons and their agility in terms of using mobile finance solutions, but then how do you then streamline that in terms of a harmonized position across the region? Interoperability with the mobile networks is important, and a harmonized electronic transaction legislation is key to us being able to achieve that. Right. Also, we had the issue of our regional environment. How do we develop in terms of having campuses of regional centers of excellence where we're able to educate persons? Now, digital, and I said it before, digital education is key in terms of us achieving a single ICT space. How are we working around that? How are we educating our persons? How are we developing legislation that will allow for digital penetration, allow for persons to be able to use facilities in terms of digital education in a meaningful way? That is important. Being able to facilitate regulatory startups. We look at examples in Jamaica, such as EduFocal. We look at the iCreate Institute. Those have been key in terms of developing skilling persons. And I think we as telecoms providers and operators, yes, it's important to look at the regulatory space and international threats. But again, it is important for us to measure the utility. And the only way we can be of utility to the sector is when we have the regulatory permission or avenues to be able to do so. And that is what I'm seeking to advocate for this point in terms of regulators work with us as providers in terms of getting the necessary legislation in place that allows us to be able to do these things and be of greater use to the sector. And those are my three main points that I'd like for. I cannot discuss the others, but I'd like for Kwesi and David, Kwesi to hear Kwesi's points and David's points in response to this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. And you highlighted that point again, collaboration. We've heard it by so many speakers in this session and in the sessions before. And I don't think we can re-emphasize how important collaboration between regulator, operator, government is needed for us to move towards this. Now,
Sandra.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Sandra, just one point I wanted to address Ms. Ramsundar's point quickly about Guyana's competition framework.
Okay, go ahead.
While we have been liberalized and we do have a competition commission in the form of the Public Utilities Commission, that is not actually. It's still being formulated now. So pretty much we're now in a state 1 year from October 5 when we had liberalization up to October 4, 2021, where we are not allowed to have any price increases. So what the hope for that is that it will drive the competition between Digicel E-Network and GTT, and the market will set itself. But we don't have an actual structure in place in terms of monitoring the competition element of it yet. We are going to be working with the Commission and the government in terms of doing that. So I just wanted to add context to what Ms. Ramsundar was saying.
Thanks very much for that update. And I also know that in the Bahamas, IRCA is also a competition authority, but I don't know if anybody is in this forum that can speak to Bahamas and where they are with respect to their competition legislation. But I would turn over now to Kwesi.
Sure. Hi,
Hello.
Sandra.
Yes. Kwesi.
Everything that Mark said is pertinent. It's great. It's aggressive. I like it. It's however, it's things we've been talking about, as I said, for 10 years, 15 years. Yeah. Everything he mentioned, it takes a lot of time, a lot of coordination. So I think those are the things we should be working towards doing, but it doesn't answer the question of immediacy. And it's also remains where we're looking for a single ICT space, or we're looking for a single telecom space. Because we keep acting like if the only persons that we need to regulate here are the telecoms operators. The telecoms operators aren't the persons who are causing the disruption to our, as was said before, our socioeconomic space. The telecoms operators are the ones who are regulated and are kept in a very nice context where we can't do much. Opal will agree with me. David will agree with me. The telecoms operators aren't the ones who are the problems. The ones we need to be focusing our context, our imagination, is how to treat with the non-telecoms ICT players who are running roughshod across the region. Indeed, I'm on this call via Zoom. Zoom is a breach of the telecoms laws in Trinidad and Tobago, but it's allowed. Why is it allowed? Yeah. So the challenges we have, it comes back to the question of OTT and all this good stuff, where we're leaving the OTT guys unregulated and unmanaged, whereby the issue isn't them. The issue is them. It's not for a lot of the complaints and the problems that we want to deal with aren't telecoms problems. The telecoms problems are people getting, how much of the populations have access to broadband? Is the broadband over 10 megs, 15 megs, 100 megs? How much of our population has access to 3, 4, 5G, 4G mobile? Those are the telecoms questions. How much how big is the access gap in the region? Is there an access gap in the region? Is there an economic access gap where there are services but people can't afford it? Those are the telecoms questions. And those questions aren't the problems for getting a single ICT space, because those problems have been resolved by 20 years of competitive performance in the market. Yeah? So if you want to talk about single ICT space, we're talking e-payments, e-commerce, mediation platforms, OTT platforms which are undermining the investment of the telecoms, then that conversation has very little to do with us operators. The persons that the regulators need to, and the policymakers need to focus their attention on aren't the telcos, they aren't the Digicels, they aren't AST, they aren't GTT, they aren't Flow, yeah? Those aren't the guys, at least not our telecoms business. If you want to focus on something else, it's looking at the OTT business, and then that is a different kind of regulation to a telecoms regulator. A telecoms regulator is an economic regulator based on constrained supply, constrained number of suppliers. In the OTT world, we have suppliers could be created in your garage. So it's a different kind of regulation is required and a different kind of focus. So if we're going to continue having conversations where we still act like this is a telecoms issue, we're going to be where we have been for the past 15 years, discussing non-telecoms issues in the context and asking telecoms regulators to deal with it. It's not a telecoms regulatory question. Our information or data commissions up and running? What are our frameworks for administrating e-transactions and e-commerce? If those regulatory bodies are in place and they aren't part of this conversation that we're having right now in the CTU, then we have a problem, because those are the person, our competition regulators on this call. And I'm not talking about telecoms competition, I'm talking about general competition regulators. Our consumer protection people on this call. Do we have a position on terms of demanding that OTT businesses register in our country? That's the first thing David mentioned. And that's also an ICT law question. That's a general law question. I don't have to have an ICT law to make Facebook register as an advertiser in my country.
Okay, tell me something, Kwesi. I understand what you're saying, but from your perspective then, what do you think can be done? What are the first things we can do to move towards this ICT space? What I want to make sure I get a context of what you've highlighted, the areas that need all the big areas, but what do you think, where do you think we can start? What do you think we can start with?
The concrete thing we need to do is a conceptual question of recognizing that this is not a telecoms problem. So we have to look at our other administrators, our business registration administrators on the same head that Google has to register to be in my country. Does our
collaboration with the different areas?
We have a broader ICT ICT administrative framework that is not telecoms oriented. So our telecoms regulator are one of 6 persons that need to interact. But if our conversations are only with the telecoms operators, we're going nowhere. The first thing we need to do is recognize that this is not a telecoms question anymore. A single ICT space is not a telecoms question anymore. Telecoms has its own issues that are being managed daily. The issues we need to work on, e-commerce, data protection, e-payments, and these entry into the OTT entry, not into the only telecoms, but into advertising, media. These are issues that need to be dealt with, but
to get us to the single ICT space.
What's that?
People are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, Kwesi. I was hearing somebody else saying, was that you, Mark? I'm not sure.
No, Mark was saying the same thing.
Okay.
And Sandra, just to the point that Kwesi and the others have been making, and to come to the core question, a quick key question has always been and continues to be with all of this going on, there needs to be continued and sustained investment in the infrastructure. That is the infrastructure that makes all of this possible.
The infrastructure, sorry to cross you, but when you're saying the infrastructure, are you talking about the infrastructure
The
of
telecoms
operators,
infrastructure.
or are you
No,
talking about the infrastructure of this harmonized, this regulatory body that is supposed to be overseeing all of this development?
I'm speaking to
infrastructure.
And when I say infrastructure, in this case, I'm speaking to the telecommunication infrastructure, which is the infrastructure upon which all of this is riding.
Okay.
Right. And the point I'm making is, to the extent that there are all these other services and service providers who are providing services to the end users. A part of the issue that is happening is that how sustainable is it going to be to ensure that going into the future we have the infrastructure, the nuts and bolts on the ground to make all of this possible. If at the same time what is happening is that the telecoms provider, as we have been talking about, they are being sort of, their revenue is under pressure from competition from other service providers. So how can a telecoms operator make a business case to invest? We know we want to extend the broadband networks and so on and so forth. How can a telecoms operator make a business case to do that investment if there is this range of regulatory uncertainty? This unlevel playing field that makes it difficult for them to sort of make the business case, so to speak. I think that is the conundrum that we face, a part of it.
If I may, Sandra, if I may?
Go ahead.
I think Opal is absolutely correct. The only function in this question, the only question in this whole discussion of the single ICT space, in my view, in my humble opinion, the only question that should bedevil or be considered about the telcos are we not over-regulating telcos at this point? Are we asking too much of telcos? Are we asking for prices to be zero, but we want speeds to increase? So that whole concept where not recognizing that a telco is a business, that's the only question. How do we reduce the obligations on telcos so that they can have a business? But other than that, all the other material questions of things that need to be created, those aren't telecoms questions.
Okay.
And they shouldn't be, and telecoms operators should not be pulled into those questions. Now, if you want our context, as Dave, because to me, David has distilled everything that needs to be done in his
David does have his hand up, so I would allow David to give his
let David
intervention on his own, and then after that, I think we will turn back to Selby. Yes, David, go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra. I just wanted to say, sorry about the dog there. One second.
Oh, they don't obey you like that, you know. They don't.
I just wanted to say that, as this, we can't spend years at this again. What we need to avoid is some huge study about what are OTTs and what are abuses, and it's going to take forever, right? With the best will in the world, and we all know each other. We've all worked together for years. We're friends. We meet at Canto, but things can take a while, right? If we get into too much detail. But the good thing is we don't need to, right? Because other jurisdictions have done this, and as Kwesi just said, it's possible to distill down what they've done, requiring OTTs to register and to give information on their revenues and their traffic and so on. That shouldn't be controversial. That's, that's not something that, there's any, the Caribbean is not different in any way from any other jurisdiction on that one. That's pretty basic. Having a competition law framework is pretty basic, there's plenty we can do. We can have a wider review of the entire ecosystem that might take a couple of years, and that's great. But what I would suggest is that those of us who, in the region, who are working close to the sector and understand it, the regulators, the ministries, Kwesi is right, these aren't telco questions, but we do have an understanding of the market. Why don't we all have a working group together and set ourselves an objective that, within 3 months or something like that, we have agreed on the key principles, the basic stuff that needs to be done, as I said, like asking them to register and provide information, and that we agree on, setting out model legislative amendments, which could be very short, and let's get it done. We'd be very happy to participate in that sort of thing. By the way, I don't think the big tech should be invited to something like that. We certainly could take input from experts in the UK or the European Union or Australia or wherever who have looked at these questions, because this isn't about whether these things happen. That is established already. We already know, the whole world knows that these abuses happen. Experts in other countries have looked at how you can tackle them. All we need to do is to distill out what are basic principles that we can put into our legislation that will give us a chance, at least, at having some control over what's going on while we restructure the regulatory architecture in the region. So I propose that we have a working group and we set a deadline to come up with these proposals within a pretty short time frame. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, David. And again, you've hit the nail on the head. Collaboration between all of us. And again, we've emphasized that. Selby, I think I will invite you to come in now to give the wrap up. I'm not sure if there.
I thought you forgot.
I'm not sure if there are any other questions, but I can see we've had a lot of robust discussion, and I'm sure you enjoyed it. I'm sure you did. So I will turn it over to you now, sir. Selby.
Thank you very much.
Selby, before you begin to wrap, I see that they've given us a little leader here to say that before you close, that Michelle here at the CTU, the communication specialist, will announce the winners of the CTU ICT, CTU's ICT, contest. ICTU HEEC 2021 online contest. So I'm not sure how that's happening. Is Michelle Mike somewhere? Oh, she's actually coming on set.
She'll come after I talk? Or?
Well, I saw it go up there before. I thought,
No, let her come after me.
Okay. Yeah.
Sandra, thank you very much for moderating this session.
You're welcome.
I want to start off by thanking all the presenters today for very interesting and in-depth presentations, starting with Doreen Bogdan-Martin, followed by Elena Scaramucci and Sophie Madden. They all gave good presentations. I particularly enjoyed the presentation from Annalie Babb, who brought a new perspective to what I like the packaging of the perfect storm, and we are in that realm. I want to thank also Kim Malalu for moderating the session on regional regulatory environment. And I want to thank the operators for being very clear in their view as to what needs to be done to encourage the investments. I particularly like the idea put forward by David Geary that at the end of this, we should try and establish a working group to come up with some preliminary ideas and preliminary thoughts on what needs to be done in the absence of a central regulatory authority. A central regulatory authority is likely to take a considerable amount of time to put in place, given the structure of the Caribbean, the different laws, the parliamentary requirements to pass those laws into into effect. And therefore, I would hope that tomorrow in the closed session for the regulators, they will feel free enough to give their own views on some of these issues. And I would hope that we can put a multi-stakeholder group together to work out what can be considered as immediate actions to address some of the problems and some of the challenges we face in this new environment of digital transformation, and how can we move forward a step closer to the single ITT space and the requirements of operating in such a space. On that note, I would urge the regulators tomorrow to wrap their minds around some of these issues that they've heard. They have not commented today, but I hope tomorrow they'll feel free enough in their closed environment, protected environment as it were, to talk honestly about their constraints and what they think needs to be done to promote the sector more aggressively, to achieve higher levels of investment, to achieve higher levels of meaningful connectivity, and also to meet the challenges of operating in a digitalized world where it goes beyond telecoms but encompasses the infrastructure of telephone companies in the process. So I look forward to tomorrow's discussions among the regulators, and I did invite the regulator from Colombia to present on what Colombia has done in their transformation efforts to share with us, and I look forward to that presentation tomorrow. I thank you very much for your keen participation, and I thank you for the enlightenment that all the presenters and all the contributors made today. They're valid comments, and we take them on board, and certainly the CTU, in its going forward with these recommendations, would do its best to make something happen out of this very important meeting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Selby. And thank you to the last panel and everyone, adding my sentiments as well. So I'm going to bid you farewell for a short while so that Michelle can join us. Or, I mean, is she just going to, are you just going to come on set, Michelle? Or Selby, they're actually saying you have to exit.
Oh, I have to exit.
You're not being unceremoniously dismissed. You're just being asked to vacate the seat for a little bit. Right, and as Selby leaves the set, Michelle Garcia, who is a communications specialist here at the CTU, that's Selby walking right in front of my camera there, will announce the winners of this CTU ICT Week Online. Did I win anything, first of all? No?
You'll
all
see.
This hard work? No?
You'll see.
I'll see, okay. So Michelle, it's over to you.
Thank you, Josanne. Now, before I continue, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who attended CTU ICT Week 2021. Now, whether you joined via the Hubilo platform, Zoom, or our live streams on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, thank you. We hope the discussions were engaging, insightful, and fruitful. Now, those who joined via the Hubilo platform, there's a bonus, because you had the opportunity to interact with other attendees and sponsors, rate sessions and speakers, post questions, and participate in quizzes. All these activities contributed to you gaining points on the leaderboard. So here's the moment we've been waiting for. Drum roll, please. No, that was just a teaser, by the way. Before we announce the winners, I'll announce the categories and prizes to be won. So for the leaderboard challenge, we have first, second, and third place winners. And for those who participated in the name and flag quizzes, you would have gained points, additional points on the leaderboard. And then we have the pub quiz and the how well do you know the CTU quiz. So there are prizes for those categories as well. Before I announce the winners, we wish to acknowledge Mrs. Lynette Taylor. Mrs. Taylor has attended most live sessions during ICT Week. So we thank you for your participation, Mrs. Taylor. Thank you. The first place winner of the leaderboard challenge will receive an Amazon gift voucher valued at $200 US. $200 US, sorry. The second place winner will receive an Amazon gift voucher valued at $150 US. And the third place winner will receive an Amazon gift voucher valued at $100 US. Unfortunately, as CTU staff, I was not allowed to participate. For the pub quiz, the winner will receive an Amazon gift voucher valued at $100 US. And for the how well do you know the CTU quiz, the winner will receive an Amazon gift voucher valued at $100 US. And now the moment we've been waiting for.
Now is the drum roll.
The true drum roll, please. Thank you. The third place winner, now, let me refresh. You see, I walked with my laptop. I need to refresh just to make sure that.
This announcer boy is keeping us on
I
edge
know.
for a long time.
It's part of the excitement, the anticipation. Now, let me just make sure. Right, okay. So the figures are final. The third place winner of the leaderboard challenge is Saiful Siddiqui with 446 points. Congratulations, Saiful, for winning, for being the third place winner of the leaderboard challenge. The second place winner of the leaderboard challenge goes to Mrs. Lynette Taylor with 470 points. Congratulations, Mrs. Taylor. And our first place winner goes to Mr. Albert Daniels. Congratulations, Mr. Daniels, with 935 points. You will receive your gift vouchers. The CTU staff will contact you next week. And the winner of the pub quiz is Mr. Wayne Marriott. Congratulations, Mr. Marriott. And the winner of the How Well Do You Know the CTU quiz is Mr. Gregory Plant. Congratulations, Mr. Plant. And congratulations. Okay, continue. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you very much. Josanne, over to you.
Thank you, Misha.
You're welcome, Josanne.
Right. Remind me not to invite you to announce winners because you're going to have us really on the edge all the time. Great work, great stuff. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so is Selby coming on just for the final 30 seconds or so as we wrap today? Normally we would close off with the SG, but I know that you did your wrap. So I guess really it's just to say one more time thank you. Quite a robust discussion today,
Good.
and as you rightly pointed out, Selby, apart from the international organizations, a lot was heard from the operators, and hopefully, as you said, the regulators in the region will, in their safe space tomorrow, address the things that they feel need to be addressed. A lot of enthusiasm. Something just struck me very, something that Didicus said when he talked about, because we're talking all about regulation, we're talking about ecosystems, all of these things. And the thing that came to me was about education, and not just education in terms of public awareness, but education, re-engineering the region. And that comment that he made, that our education system, and I would say systems because they're all across the region, is the largest colony for digital education, which is key to digital transformation. I thought that was, it is so simply put, but it is so profound, So all of the big topics and the nuances and so that were captured in today's session, Just to reiterate, big thanks to everyone, to all the CTU staff, the people behind the scenes as well, and to those of you who signed on this morning and stayed just as we wrap the day. Thank you so much. I wish you really good deliberations tomorrow, and commend that everyone go up on the platform and revisit some of the presentations. And I have my favorites. I've already stated at least 2 of them, but they're all very, very, very rich. The Caribbean is really at a tipping point. And as Annalise said, we're now in the midst of a perfect storm, and how we come out of this is really going to be determined by how we put our shoulders to the wheel, and what kind of commitment, what kind of bravery, what kind of vision, and what kind of hard work that we're prepared to do, and not let things drag 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 years. I'm Josanne.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank again our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Cable and Wireless and Huawei, and then all the other sponsors who have contributed to the event to make it a success that it is. I thank you very much, sponsors. We depend on you for your continued support, and I hope you find value in what we do. Thank you very much.
And
I look forward to tomorrow, the session with the regulators. I hope it would be as intense and as frank as the session was today. I thank you very much, and let's get the ball rolling.
Great. And as we go, saying goodbye, we close off with some great pan music from Keisha Codrington as we go to the end of day 4. Good luck tomorrow, everyone. Come with your boxing gloves on.
I am Keisha Codrington from Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union ICT Week 2021. Do enjoy.